$1.50.
Okay, we're live, and this should be on the For the Love of Jerky's channel this time.
You mean you don't know what channel you're on?
No, I thought I told the StreamYards to do For the Love of Jerky, but I'm not positive. Yep, it showed up as For the Love of Jerky. I just got a notification for it. Do For the Love of Jerky, but I'm not positive. Uh-oh.
Think anybody shows up?
Oh, yeah. Guarantee we'll have at least 3 people in here within 5
lovely
minutes.
girl already here. Hi, lovely girl. How are you doing?
I told you we'd have people.
What up, man?
That's awesome. Like, instantly, we've got at least 2 people here. I love you guys.
Oh, that's so cool.
Lovely girl. Hello, and Silver Scorpion. Thank you very much for showing up.
You know what this means? That's another 6 straight day stream for me. Because we streamed last night, we're streaming now, streamed Wednesday night, streaming tomorrow night, Sunday night, and then I'll be on Mia's Monday night.
That's cool. Wow. Actually, I guess I should have thought of that. Lovely girl would have been first in, so gotta put on the hat.
People are gonna get sick of looking at my ugly face. I'll tell you what.
Are gonna.
They're gonna be like, man, this guy's he's just on way too damn much. Turn him off now.
Like, fuck, not that guy again.
Oh, really?
Different stream.
Yeah, I mean, think about it. Wednesday was on Tupac Coin Roll Hunter. Thursday, we're on Robert Worley. Friday, on For the Love of Jerky. Saturday, West Coast Retrospective. Sunday, back to Tupac Coin Roll Hunter. And then Monday, Mia's Coins.
Yep.
Oh, that's funny.
But last night's was kind of unexpected. That wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, you're not supposed to hit the button until we're ready.
But technically, that was also this morning. It was this morning for me, so this is the second time I'm streaming live today.
It was still last night.
Well, I guess more than that, because I was live on Jeff Crumpler's for a while as well, so this is my 3rd live stream today.
Nice. Thank you, Silver Scorpion. Yes, don't forget to smash that like button.
Yeah, I see 4 likes and 4 people watching, so that means we got at least 1 lurker, or is that me and you are the other 2 lurkers?
Oh, me and you. I got my phone open, so that's going to be 1 lurker.
Okay, so I'm the other lurker, so that means, yeah, Lovely Girl and Silver Scorpion are here.
Nice.
Yeah, and we just, again, decided, Tupac called me and was like, hey, we need to work on that on that StreamYard stuff. And so I was like, all right, give me a little bit and I'll send you the link. We'll go live.
And this time we were able to hang out before he hit the button.
Yeah, and I don't have, like, the banners and stuff like that, I don't think yet.
And I can't do it. I can't do it. Although it looks like I could share a screen.
Can you?
I think so. Let me see. Let's do.
Uh-oh. Oops. Wrong button. Hey, Kane Friday. Welcome, brother. Oh, thank you. I wear it for Lovely Girl. She really likes it. Oh, let me turn on my other light real quick. Maybe a change in lighting will help. Whoa. It's a little different. Oh, thank you, lovely girl. Yeah, and that's all tonight is just a hangout. You know, I'm trying to get StreamYards better figured out, even though
I forgot. I can't just pull that up or else I'll disappear.
he might not be the best person to instruct somebody on how to use StreamYards.
Oh no. Oh no, definitely not. All right, let's see if I can do this.
Hey, did you see we got Kane Friday in here now as well?
Hi, Kane Friday. Did it come up?
I don't see anything, and I don't know how to go from this screen to a different screen where I've got more access to the StreamYards buttons.
There should be. I could see it right there on the bottom of the screen.
What is right now what I'm seeing is almost exactly what they're seeing. I see me and you side by side, but then under us, I see the chat that's going on in YouTube.
There should be. Where did you pull me up from?
Out of guests.
Go to guest.
Okay. Oh, you got a wheel up.
Oh shit! It did
Don't know
work.
how to
Dude, I could shuffle this motherfucker, and I could spin it.
Taking the elevator, going up. I've got a lot of ground.
Silver done.
Haha! How do you like that shit? And then, bam! It's gone.
Oh, nice. That works.
Oh shit!
All right. Well, we got 2 people in here. Can we do a 2-person wheel? No.
I got 3 people: Kane Friday, Lovely Girl, and Silver Scorpion.
Oh, that's weird. Why is it only showing 4 watching?
Oh, they always do that shit.
Because I know me and you each have a screen open, and that means there's 5.
Yep, I got my phone going. Yeah, they always take 1 or 2. They're like, this ain't cool.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about you guys. I'll tell you what I can do. I've got, I guess, all 3 of you, Lovely Girl, Kane Friday, and Silver Scorpion, send me emails with your shipping addresses. And since you're the first 3 in here, I'll send you each a silver dime.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really nice, Robert.
But they're just going to come in envelopes.
That's what I send mine. It's a lot cheaper.
Right?
You can't pay $5 to ship something that's worth like $1.70.
Yeah. And it's a giveaway to boot. So I got a couple of dimes sitting here for you guys if you email me and let me know. No, Silver Scorpion. Yeah, that one. The one that's the PayPal on there. Yeah. Send it to that. I was already planning on it, lovely girl. Especially with you and Silver Scorpion because you were here immediately as we turned on the stream.
That was really quick. That was really cool.
Yeah, right before I hit that button, Tupac was like, yeah, you think we'll get anybody in here? And I was like, we'll get at least 5 in here. And we did get up to 5. Within just on YouTube, we're there almost immediately. So very much appreciated. I know you've got your notifications turned on. But there's still other streams going on right now, so it might take a little bit. Gilbert Rogers, shalom. Welcome.
Hi, Gilbert Rogers.
Like I said, we get John Eric. Welcome. I'm not John Eric. I'm not. What? Do you know who that is?
Yep.
Okay, because I don't. I've never seen that name before.
Yep. You'll never see it in a giveaway or nothing.
Yeah, I've never fucking seen that name.
That's a name I use when I go undercover.
Ah, so you're using a secondary account, huh?
Got us an extra person in chat.
Right? Fucking get us that watch time. I wonder. I don't know if I think my computer would crash if I tried to open up 4 different YouTube tabs with all different.
Well, see what I could do is I just put a thumbs up and then I'm gonna go to my account.
And remember, you guys, this is an adult channel, so pretty much any topic is open for discussion. And cussing is allowed. We can fucking say whatever we want here.
Get this shit out of here.
And I can smoke weed, and I can drink my tequila sunrise.
Hi, retired Navy Rob.
Oh, Rob! Awesome. Welcome.
Gilbert Rogers, thank you for joining us.
Hope you had a decent day at work, Rob. But what the hell are you doing if you're retired? Why are you working? What's going on there? Listening on his drive, so he must still be headed home. Probably not going to chat much.
This would be another one you never see in any chats.
Oh, yeah. I haven't seen you pulling that one up either.
Nope.
Go to sports. I'm guessing got to support my super addiction.
I'm actually going through some quarters. I'm actually going through some rolls for myself. I can't go through any halves because I only got 1 box last week.
Man, I wish I could get you to go through quarters for me. How many West Points have you found?
I've gone through 2 rolls. This is roll number 3. I ain't found shit yet.
Just starting a box. Nice.
Yeah, I had to take care of a lot of stuff. Taking care of business.
Yeah, I understand you there, Rob. I'm fixing to have to go find another job since my half-brother's not coming up with any other work. I'm going to have to go work somewhere. But I think I'm gonna go back to a pizza parlor. I love making pizzas. But I'd like to find, more of an artisan pizza parlor, not just a franchise place.
I didn't win a $50 make it holler.
What's that?
I said I didn't win. I didn't win the giveaway.
But also I thought, it'd be really nice to work with an artisan pizza parlor making the pizzas. But also at the right time of the year, I could probably sell them wild mushrooms to use on their pizzas. Because we do, you've heard of porcini mushrooms, right?
No, I don't do mushrooms.
Well, there's a mushroom that's called a porcini. It's it's one of the most prized mushrooms in Italian cooking, basically, other than like a truffle or something. But the porcinis, they absolutely love them, and they're well-renowned and well-known. Well, a porcini basically is a baby king bolete. And we have a lot of those out here in western Colorado.
Isn't there like some chicken one or something?
Chicken of the Woods is also known as a sulfur shelf. Out there, your mushroom hunters in California will know it as a sulfur shelf. You have to be careful on what tree it comes off of, because if it's growing off of hemlock, it's toxic. But if it's growing on, or even eucalyptus, I don't know if it'll grow on eucalyptus, but it'll still be toxic if it does. But yeah, if it's not on hemlock or eucalyptus or something, it's all right to harvest. But yeah, ours, well, the ones I was used to out in like Tennessee, they grew, it looked more like a rose on the ground, just these overlapping lobes. Whereas where you, over in your neck of the woods, they'll just be layers. Jose Alejandre, yes, you can.
Hi, Ronald Lutz.
Tupac, it'd probably be easier for you to drop a link since you're on a computer.
You know what? It might be.
You should be able to paste the StreamYard link pretty easy.
It depends on if I have that capability, because I can't do it on our other channel yet. I got to be linked up. So let me try it. All right,
Gilbert, I absolutely love morels. Love morels. Been a long time since I've gotten enough to be able to eat. I mean, I haven't had morels in maybe 8 years or better. Ozzy Cologne, welcome.
Hi,
and Ronald Lutz. We got Ronald Lutz in here as well.
Hi, Ronald Lutz.
We got 11 people watching right now.
It's not giving me a place to type at the bottom.
And you were wondering about us getting 5 people. DJ Numismatics, welcome.
Hi, DJ.
Trial is Tuesday. So if I disappear for a while, that's why. Hey, DJ, trial for what, brother? Now I'm curious. This is something I'm not caught up with. Is it because are you going to trial because you're being a dick about sending jerky to people? Lovely girl, no. I don't think there's any ginseng in Colorado. I was able to find ginseng in Missouri and Tennessee. And I've got quite a few ounces of dried ginseng right now. Dennis Jameson.
Hi, Dennis Jameson. Robert, can you send me the link to my cell phone, and then I could send it to Jose that way?
Let me try.
Because I can't get a place to put in anything here at the bottom. It won't let me type anything. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, you can say that. This is my stream.
I should be able to go down farther. All right, let's try this. Let's just share it. I'll just share it.
Oops. Ozzy Cologne, I usually don't use wax unless I'm, trying to curl it up and do a handlebar mustache. And I really don't know what it is. It was something that I had somebody buy for me when I was out in Tennessee. I was like, hey, I need some wax for a mustache. And my brother's girlfriend came and brought something. I don't know what brand it is. But right now, this is just the way it grows. This is not there's no wax on it. That's just its natural form. I have to use wax on it, curl it the other way, and then it doesn't work so well. Oh, hey, wait a minute. It was showing that there was a guest in there, and there wasn't one.
Ozzy said Yosemite Sam.
Well, Ozzy, if you... Oh, never mind. It's on my bed, not here.
Just open
I don't have my
a new window and go to his live stream, and then you can type. Yeah, I gotta open the window.
Well, yeah.
That's what I always forget doing. All right, let's try.
Yeah,
this.
another window open with YouTube running with the live stream. It's a lot easier. Roseanne 110, welcome, and Maria Cervantes. Hello.
Hi, Roseanne. Nice win on Silver Lives. Hi, Maria. I'm trying to do something that I'm not good at. So here goes everything. I think I'm going to have to mute this. So I might not be able to hear for a minute.
Okay. Today is not a jerky day. I mean, I have meat that I can eat. But this is more just of a hangout night.
Let's try this.
And remember, guys, it is also not friendly. You can say what you want. You can have your own opinion on here. And we can let other people know our opinions on here. And
of course.
Because we're adults.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I know about them roaches.
It's the first thing that popped up. I can't hear anything.
I can still hear you.
Why is it not on here?
Awesome, DJ. Again, I don't know what your court situation is, bud, but oh, I mean,
all right, let me try this.
I got you. Yeah, that sucks, DJ.
Now I could go down. Will it work?
Hello, wabbit season, duck season. Wabbit season.
Why is
duck
that?
season. Duck season. No, wabbit season. Boom.
Will it work? Maybe?
I don't know. I don't see it yet. What were you trying to do?
I did it. All right.
Hey,
let me get out of here.
There you go. Somebody else wants to visit with us. Oh, somebody popped up.
I did it.
Cali Jose.
I did it. All I had to do is I knew I had to mute it so we wouldn't get some crazy echoing going. And I was able to do it. Sweet.
Good job. I don't have those buttons to throw up the Chuck Norris. Good job. Hey, what the hell? We lost him. Wrong button.
I hate when I hit the wrong button.
Right?
That always sucks.
Come back up, Jose.
Nice. All right, back to my quarters. Let me see. I can. See. I'm going through quarters.
Whoever else wants to come up as well, there is a link there. I think I have what? I can have 6 people.
Yeah, I think so. But
my bad.
The more people,
I accidentally X'd out. But I'm back.
Yep, wrong button.
I do it all the time.
Yep.
How long y'all been on here?
24 minutes and 33 seconds.
Not long.
Dang. I should have came back over here. I was creeping on $50. And then they said some bullshit ass shit, some racist ass shit, calling the guy on the acid coin the Chipotle guy. And I got upset.
Really?
Yeah. And then they try to switch it up, talk about, oh no, it's because it's the fucking drawing on the fucking wall when they go into their Chipotle. No, fuck you.
No,
That's how I
that
feel. That's
honestly,
how
I
I feel.
can agree. That was kind of fucking racist.
That's not good.
Yeah, because that was, I can't remember his name offhand, but that was the last leader of the Aztec Empire.
Yeah, that was Cuauhtemoc.
Cuauhtemoc, is that how it's pronounced? Is Cuauhtemoc?
Perfect. Cuauhtemoc. Like guac, but quack with a C.
Yeah, Cuauhtemoc.
There you go.
Okay. I wasn't sure exactly how it was pronounced.
And he was young. He was turned to be like 16.
Oh, was he in his 60s? That's a lot older than I thought.
16.
Oh, I thought it. Well, I thought he was like in his late 20s, early 30s.
No, because Montezuma the second, who was his uncle, I believe, had been the one to like try to make friends with the Spaniards instead of like warring with them when they showed up.
Yeah.
And they ended up like the Aztecs ended up turning on him, and they stoned him to death because he had gotten so buddy.
Oh, he didn't get stoned like we do. That's very.
Oh no, not that kind of stone. Like stone.
Oh no.
Like biblical stoning kind of shit.
Well, you got to remember Colombian gold. You know, I mean, they had some really good weed down there. I guarantee he was smoking some fucking bomb ass weed.
No, but they stoned him. So they stoned him to death, and they brought forth his the most closest relative, and that was Cuauhtemoc, and Cuauhtemoc ended up also getting he died in combat.
No, he died.
Roseanne, I really appreciate you because you're the only one that stepped up and said, "What's up with the stereotypes?"
Wait, did you say he died? He died in combat?
Yeah, he died in combat.
Oh, nice. A leader who will actually fucking stand up for his people and fight alongside of them. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I appreciate it. You mentioning Cuauhtemoc because it's very important, like who this person really is, and like. Oh
yeah, well, you got to remember, I'm an archaeologist. Went to school for archaeology. I've been, fascinated with it my whole life. I'm a self-taught flint knapper. I grew up. I don't know if they're provable because when you take genetic tests nowadays.
And no, people, that's not somebody that takes naps with flints.
A lot of times there is not, they don't reveal your Native American heritage. It's weird. Yeah. I've grown up my whole life knowing that, like, my great grandmother on my dad's side was full-blooded Chiricahua Apache.
Yeah. The thing is, they want us to have this mainstream mentality of you're just white versus
right.
No, you're not just white. And I hate when people are like, I'm white. No, okay, dig further than that. Like,
right.
Like how many generations ago, like, have you really been on this? And try to dig for that rich history, like that really rich history that you have in your background.
Which I've been told through the family is that, like, my great great grandma was purebred Chiricahua Apache. The people in my family that had the paperwork back in the 50s actually destroyed the paperwork because back in the 50s, if you have a Native American heritage, was looked down upon. And so they got rid of the paperwork or hid it, and they won't let anybody in the family have access to the paperwork. And I know I've had a couple of relatives that have gotten DNA tests, and the DNA tests won't admit to their heritage for the Native American status. Because, I'm about I'm about a quarter native. Eighth of it is Chiricahua. The other eighth is really mixed. I've got a tiny bit of Cherokee, just a smattering of Cherokee, which almost everybody does. But I've also got Blackfoot and Kickapoo.
Wow. Got some history, bro.
But, you know, that's one of the things that got me into flint knapping, into making the arrowheads and stuff. And I'm really good at it. You know, it's kind of sad, honestly, if you think about it. There are more white men that know how to flint knap than there are Native Americans currently.
Wow, that's crazy. That's cool.
You know, they love, you know, their history. They love the heritage, you know, and some of it's a fascinating thing, you know, to be able to take a rock or a couple of rocks and an antler and make a spear point.
Hi, Gilbert Rogers.
Hello, Gilbert Rogers.
It's a really cool thing that's done, and honestly, I'd love to bring it back to the tribe.
Yeah.
I'd love to get some of the young kids interested in flint knapping on the, you know, Apache reservations. You know, one of the things that, you know, it's a focus, it's a concentration. It's like any, you know, practice art, like martial arts even.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's certain aspects to it that help in everyday life in a lot of different ways that you wouldn't even think of.
That's interesting.
You know, it gets you more connected. I think that flint knapping, it really grounds you a little bit more.
That's really cool.
You know? Yeah, that's like it was. I had a really cool experience. I mean, part of the experience kind of sucked, but the rest of it was really cool. I was dating a girl, and she was one of my friends. She was an ex of one of my friends. You know, they had dated at one point in time in the, you know, kind of like the hippie scene, following bands, you know, doing that kind of shit. And they had dated at one point in time, and then I wound up dating her for a little bit. And she wound up screwing me over pretty bad over mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
Yeah. And anyways, she was Oglala Sioux from the Rose Reservation. And me and her took a trip up there one time to a Sundance. I actually got to go to a Sundance on a reservation. And it was amazing. I loved it. Loved pretty much every aspect of it. And I was invited to be a fireman, which basically what I was doing was when they're doing their dances, they go into a sweat lodge before and after. They sweat in and they sweat out after every dance. And I was one of the people that was carting the rocks from the main fire into the sweat lodges and placing them in the sweat lodges. You know, I was a fire tender.
That's what's up.
And yeah, had first time I'd ever been there, and within a couple hours, they were grabbing me and hauling me off to the side, asking me to be a fire tender.
That's what's up.
So I was like, sure. And they even printed like a certificate that I wound up getting afterwards.
There you go.
But the one thing that really fucked me up, and this is going to displease a lot of people. You might not want to listen to this part of the deal. But if you don't know your history, you won't know that a lot of Native American tribes really worship dogs, because those dogs, when it come to really hard winters, when it come to really bad times, they ate them, and those dogs kept those tribes alive. And they respect that. And they have a ceremony, basically, where they have what's called a puppy stew. And basically, it's a very young dog that hasn't dropped its nuts yet. And unfortunately, they actually strangle it, like in a cord. It's really weird. They don't.
This, Robert. I've never
No,
heard
hey,
of it.
no, I witnessed it. I was there personally watching it.
That's not good.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, they strangle the puppy and then they make a stew out of it. But basically, all they do is they boil the dog. And it's like, you could at least add some fucking sage, because otherwise it smells I mean, and it smells like a wet dog.
Robert Worley, you could get me flagged
Hey.
on Google for Googling puppy stew.
You know,
No.
and people are gonna start leaving because that's sad, man. Think about
It is
something a little happier, man.
I'm just talking straight truth here.
Yeah, but still, why'd you have to steer it towards dead puppies, man? Why couldn't we steer it towards a nice dance or something? Come on, it's the way that you want to take it, man.
No, what's really fucked up is when I heard that was happening and that ceremony was beginning to happen, I fucking headed back to my tent. And I was behind basically a privacy wall, walking back to my tent, and what they call a reverse medicine man. They've got like a backwards medicine man. It's a weird individual within the community, in the tribe.
Actually,
but
it's a religious taboo to eat the meat of wild canines.
That motherfucker called me out because I walked behind him as I was heading towards my tent to avoid the ceremony, and he knew I was walking behind him. And I didn't eat any of the meat, but I drank part of a ladle of that broth, and oh my God, it tasted like a wet dog smells. It was horrid.
That's crazy.
That's not cool.
Oh,
so,
it's
on a cool.
All right, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Because just Googling it, it says right here that like some of the native peoples of the Great Plains, such as the Sioux and the Cheyenne, they consumed it, but there was also like a religious taboo against the meat of the canines.
Yes, that's why it's only done on those special occasions, like on a Sundance.
Hey, you guys want to see something crazy? You guys want to see something out?
That's big medicine. And that's why they only do it on certain occasions.
Now, can I show a YouTube video on here?
I don't know if you can or not. You can try.
I mean, we can say flying fuck, right? So
yeah.
John Pierce, welcome.
Hi, John Pierce. Let's see if I can find like a shortened video of this thing, because this stuff is pretty crazy.
Hey, Tupac, you see what John? The Kickapoo also use puppy meat, and I'm part Kickapoo. That's weird. I never knew that. I thought it was mainly the Plains Indians.
Yeah, Roseanne, definitely, and it's probably just why they've done it just in the Great Plains, where like there's snow in the winter, right? Because in the winter there ain't nothing to eat, right? So there was probably desperation. And
well, exactly, and no, that's what it was.
Maybe now the generations now might even like glorify it a bit, or I don't know.
No, they don't.
Okay.
Well, I was there, like I said, and they took it. It was very ceremonial. Nobody was wanting to eat it. It was ceremonial. It was purposeful. It wasn't an enjoyment factor. There was no enjoyment factor to it. They were just paying homage to the fact that those dogs, their tribe had to survive on those dogs during some hard winters. They ate the dogs, and that's the only thing that kept the tribe alive was their canine companions. And now they pay homage to them once a year on their Sundance with that. It's not a regular. They don't eat dogs on a regular basis. Dogs are dogs, but it's just that one ceremony, and they're specially, chosen. They've got to be very young puppies, all that bullshit. And that's the main thing. It's not really about what's being done. It's the reasons for it. It's the cultural significance. It's the remembrance of history.
All right, Robert. We got something in the basement.
Uh-oh.
Who's in the basement?
I don't see.
Who is it?
He must have a wheel up.
No, it's not a wheel this time.
Okay, well, I'm adding you to stream.
All right. Check this out.
They share the site with Taif's band of feral dogs. The drive to start a family can certainly be a powerful one, but could it explain a strange behaviour? As well as baby snatching, other surprise kidnappings go on here at Taif. Male baboons kidnap puppies.
Something's
What? They separating it from its mom?
What? Just keep watching. You see what happens to these puppies.
Oh, baboons are fucking brutal.
No, not really.
They are for the most part. Anyway, I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Wait, it's almost over. There's only like 40 seconds left.
Crazy.
Yeah, but I got to. Maxwell, you just walked into.
Kidnapped pups grow up with the baboon family, feeding with them at the dump, following the migrations of the group, and sleeping together.
Oh, now he's part of the family.
Baboons even groom and play with the dogs, a sure sign they've been accepted by a male and his harem, as these primates only groom family members. The relationship seems to benefit both dog and baboon. The dogs are treated like family pets, while they defend their adopted family from other feral dogs and stand guard at night.
What's up, Maxwell?
Oh, that's no fun, Roseanne. Getting fucked up while watching random YouTube videos is awesome.
See, that's cool. You know, they protect them at night from other feral dogs and other animals and stuff. What the fuck? Oops.
You know, but Tupac, you got to think about it. That's just like going and capturing somebody and training them as your hired guard.
That's what we did with dogs back in the days. That's how we domesticated them, and we used them to help protect our flocks. And
no, but that's what a lot of people don't realize about how intelligent primates are.
Oh yeah, they're
primates.
really intelligent.
They're taking something that they know they can train up to be a guard for them. You know,
Hi,
in a way,
Silverhammer. Hi, JJ.
In a way, it's kind of scary because it's kind of like, almost like slavery in a way. You know, we're going to take you away from your people. We're going to teach you what we want you to do.
Well, that's basically what happened to Native Americans, what they say.
Oh, yeah.
Killed the Indians for the child, right?
Well, no, here's one of the things that I want to say on that aspect. Even though I'm a quarter native, can't necessarily prove it. But, you know, the natives, they made trade deals a lot of times with the colonists. Right? The natives did hold like those little glass beads as being valuable. And they thought they had made a fair trade when they traded off lands for beads and whatnot else. Modern days, yeah, we think that's horrible. But they at the time felt that they had made a good deal. You know,
But
they were
not
happy.
They sold the land. It's like you trade me this, and we'll let you use the land. Versus we'll trade you this, because then before the white man came to America, there was no real concept of like land ownership like that.
Well, bullshit. Everybody knew where their territory was. They knew which lands they owned, and there were terrible fights over those lands. And it's happened for thousands of years, and we've got proof of it in the archaeological record. I mean, those tribes were constantly fighting each other and taking over lands.
Yeah, it was for use of land, though. It was never ownership of land, the way the white man thinks of it.
No, agreed. Because land was just land. At that time, they didn't really have a concept of ownership of the land.
Yeah, I saw something like that when they found gold in way up north in Canada and Alaska. The Inuits, they didn't believe in ownership of land, but you had to have
permission.
Well, no, to do your mining and stuff, you have to have your claim. And
I'm talking before stuff like claims. You know, I'm talking at the very beginning. I'm talking at the very beginning of colonization, before the gold rushes and all that.
Yeah, but see, they were talking up there is that there was no ownership of land. It was just land that you could live off of.
Hey, Tupac, you want to drop the link again? Mufeed wants to come up.
All right, I have to mute you guys. Let's see if I can do this again. All right. Wait, let me mute this first. I'll be back.
All right. But yeah, what I was initially talking about was, you know, like the first settlers that were coming and the first colonists. And when the natives, you know, sold their lands for beads in different areas. You know, and a lot of people nowadays, it's such a big deal. It's so horrid that happened. But it's like, at the time, everybody was happy. You know, the natives were happy to get the beads that they got in return for the land that they sold.
Well, let's say this: if it had just been at that, if it had been just that transaction, like, look, we're gonna give you these beads, and you give us the land, right? Native Americans started to move away, but the fact is, like, people got greedy and then moved into the lands that they had already moved on to, and then decided to murder these folks.
Well, that's
it was just that whole secession, right? It wasn't just like
exactly to begin with. It was, but people still have a problem with it. It was a fair transaction that everybody was happy with, and then it turned into something different eventually. And the settlers started saying, "No, we're just going to fucking take more land. We don't care. We're just going to keep pushing you off. Now we're going to put you in fucking reservations on the shittiest land we can find in the nation that nobody else wants to live on." And then lo and behold, those lands are full of natural resources that are invaluable. And now we want these lands, so we're going to put you in even shittier lands. Or
throughout all that, the stripping of culture, the killing of the man, the raising of the child in these boarding schools, which now all sorts of fucked up shit happen within them. You know,
Jose, like me and you are 100% aligned with this. I can tell.
Oh no, definitely. I got you, Robert. I got you, bro.
Yeah,
like, I really appreciate you. Like, I really do. Like
those schools. Oh my God, those were horrid. What they did to them kids. That's almost comparable to the Holocaust. Almost. Not quite, but it's almost comparable to the Holocaust, what happened to our Native Americans.
I know you're not gonna like what I'm about to say, Robert, but actually what happened in the Holocaust was modeled after what the Americans did to Native Americans. Hitler had studied American history, and he had
I
seen
mean,
these patterns.
I can see where that's partially true. I can see that as a partial, but not fully. But yeah, there was a lot of things that America did that definitely Hitler repeated and copied from that.
And I think as soon as we can really
the best thing besides kicking his ass in the war we did to him was send Jesse Owens to the Olympics.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. That was really a big fucking slap in the face because Jesse Owens just everybody away on that racetrack.
All kinds of different events, won all kinds of
Yeah, they didn't have a chance against Jesse Owens. That motherfucker was a superhuman.
Craziness.
Yeah, that was awesome, especially when that was held in Germany, wasn't it?
I believe so, because he was watching it. So
yeah, I think in Germany that happened right in the middle of World War II, and Jesse Owens was like, "Fuck you, white boys."
Yeah, I think it was right before the war started.
Was it just before?
Yeah, and then if you look, I forget which one of the major networks, either CBS or NBC or one of the major newspapers or something, was supporting the Nazis.
Wow.
All right, I'll be right back. I gotta run to the restroom.
If you ever watch episodes of The Simpsons, they were talking about something about World War II and stuff, and they were shooting at the Nazis and stuff. And Mr. Burns is all, that's not how I remember it. Got to watch The Simpsons to know about Mr. Burns. Oh my goodness. On the beginning, it was beads and blankets for lands. And then they decided, we ain't even got to give them no beads and blankets. We'll just fucking make them move.
Kill them.
Yep. We'll kill them and make them move. Yeah, at first it was a trade. But then they didn't want to play that way. It's like, who is it? One of them's not real and one is real. I want to say it's is it Davy Crockett?
Davy Crockett's a real person.
Yeah, it was Daniel Boone that wasn't.
Yeah, he was. Both of them were real.
Which one is the one that ended up at the Alamo?
Davy Crockett. I know for a fact Davy Crockett.
You know, Davy Crockett got kidnapped by fucking.
And Jim Bowie was a real person and died at the Alamo as well.
Yeah, he got kidnapped by Adams.
Which Adams? John Quincy, the president?
Yeah.
Really?
When, the War of 1812. Fucking. They went down to help. Him and his boys went down to help, and they decided, they were like, you know what, this is fucked up. These guys don't know what the fuck they're doing, and they're gonna get us all killed. And
I don't know.
This and that. And he turned his back, and him and his guys were leaving, and fucking Adam said if they went any further, they were gonna shoot them all in the back. So he ended up having to stay. And after that, as soon as the war was over, that's why he went west. Because he wanted to get away from all the fucking bullshit of all these guys fucking killing and ripping off his friends, the Native Americans, and he wanted to be free, and he just wanted to go west. And passing through fucking Texas, he got drug into the Alamo. He didn't even want to do that shit. He wanted to just keep going. He just wanted to do his own thing.
Yeah, there was 185 men in the Alamo, and they held off General Santa Anna and 5,000 Mexican troops.
Yep.
And they held them off for almost 2 weeks.
But there are some stories that weren't true right afterwards, because right after, the United States said that every man, woman, and child were slaughtered at the Alamo, where that was not true. The men were slaughtered, the women and children were given silver and told to go on their way.
Really? I've never heard that.
Yep.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
And then I believe United States really didn't want to fight Mexico at that point, so they talked to the Mormons and said, hey, if you guys fight this battle for us and shit, you can have your own state. We'll give you the state of Utah.
And there's a lot of stuff like that happens in wars and battles. But that's one of the crazy things is, how much do you guys know about the Battle of the Little Bighorn?
Hi, LJ Silver Ostateer Privateer.
Well, how much do you know about the Battle of the Little Bighorn? Now, there was only, out of that battlefield, on the American side, there was only one creature left surviving. Do you know the name?
No.
That creature was Comanche. Comanche was General Custer's horse. The thing is,
you're talking Custer's Last Stand?
Yes, that's the Battle of the Little Bighorn.
Do you know that there was a piece of equipment he decided to leave behind because he said, we don't need it?
I'm not sure. You could tell me about that afterwards. But the Battle of the Little Bighorn, there was one critter left alive and left to leave, and that was Comanche, the brave horse. That was Custer's horse. And it is actually stuffed in the Smithsonian Institution. The horse took, I don't know, maybe over a dozen arrows, and it kept standing up and protecting Custer's body. Every time it'd get knocked down by 2 or 3 arrows, it'd stand back up and stand over him. And the Sioux very much respected bravery and acts like that, and so they allowed the horse to live. Now, Custer, an interesting fact, is they actually shoved an arrow down his urethra so that he couldn't reproduce in the afterlife.
Yeah, something wrong with him.
That's how much they hated him.
No,
something wrong with that motherfucker.
A lot of the rest of the bodies of the United States soldiers were mutilated, they took the scalps, they did a lot of different things to those bodies. But Custer's, the only thing they did was shove an arrow down his dick so that he couldn't reproduce in the afterlife. And they let his horse live because of how brave it was.
Hey, can I say something?
Yes.
You guys were talking about how the Native Americans were robbed of their land and all of that stuff and how they were slaughtered and whatnot. That's happening now in present day.
Yes, it is.
Like, for instance, you guys were talking about what Hitler did and all those people, all the Jews that got killed and whatnot.
Still happening.
It's still happening. It's fucked up. It's ethnic cleansing.
I mean, it's happening. What's happening in Palestine right now?
Well,
No.
I was just
Problem
about
is-
to get to that. I was just about to get to that, Kelly.
right?
I
The
was in
problem
Palestine. I was
people
in
don't-
Palestine.
And if you don't know history, you're bound to repeat it. You're doomed to repeat it. And they are not teaching history, and people are fucking repeating the same shit, and it's disgusting how many people are dying because of it.
Yep.
Well, you wanna know something even more crazy? Wrap your brain around this. All right. We fought a civil war to end slavery, like in
Yep.
100 and over 50 years ago.
About 150
There
years.
are more slaves on this planet right now than there was back then.
Yeah. And here's the funny is people try to talk about how bad America was, all the slavery bullshit. And it's like, you know what? Learn your fucking history. America is the first nation to end slavery.
Well,
The rest of them ended it partially, like, okay, well, we won't take slaves from here. They did like a partially. No, America just fucking said, nope, slavery's over. That's bullshit. And we were the first nation to do it. And now we're being posed as the bad guys because we had
Here, look.
slaves. It's like, what the fuck?
if
We
you
got
look at that
anybody.
amendment, it didn't really
We had-
end slavery. It just ended slavery.
On paper.
How to put it? Yeah.
Hold on.
What's the
I wonder.
word?
I think
I forget the word
might
for
have
it. But
I think my roommate might have ordered a pizza.
but if you're incarcerated, technically they can still enslave you.
Actually, Jose, you just took that right out of my mouth. That's why all these black men, Latinos, are being scooped up because it's slavery. They're getting paid off the
Pipeline
prisons.
is real, bro. The scooter
Yep.
prison pipeline is real.
And slavery, exactly. Slavery's never truly ended because they turned it into a prison market.
Yeah. If you notice,
Well,
a lot of these
slavery
prisons
was
are.
abolished. Well, after slavery was abolished, we had all these fucking chain gangs. And who was in those chain gangs? Black guys.
Yep.
You know,
Another way you could think about it is, like for
But when people
instance,
say it's systemic. It's not systemic. You know, it's not what our country is built on. And that's what they're trying to say. They're trying to say that our whole nation is built on slavery, on, you know, using.
well, it kind of was. I mean, look at the Chinese slaves who built the railroads. Look at everything else. Look at the crops, the people that were in the fields.
No, there was plenty of slaves out there. I understand that, but it was also worldwide. Everybody had slaves that were wealthy and affluent.
Yes. Look,
You know, it
I had
was
a
white
guy
America.
tell me.
If everybody goes out and kills somebody, it's still wrong. Versus if one person goes out and kills somebody, right?
We
It's
understand.
actually even worse.
No, it was wrong. Yeah, that's always wrong. But at the time, it wasn't wrong. It was a social norm. You know,
Yeah, back in those days, yes, it was.
Instead of the affluent being these TikTok people or whatever, they fucking had slaves. They had a big plantation and they had slaves because they didn't have fucking tractors. The produce had to be planted and it had to be picked somehow. And that's what they used. You know,
Well,
it's unfortunate and it's not right. We all know it's not right now. But then that's just what happened. And to try to hold people accountable now for what happened 200 or 150 years ago or whatever the fuck, like that ain't right. I've never owned a slave. I don't think my family ever owned a slave. I think actually part of my family was some of those white slaves. And there was white slaves. People try to say, no, they were just indentured servants. It's like, no, bullshit. There were people that were fucking white slaves. It happened. It wasn't the majority by any means, but it happened.
Hey, Jose.
What I was talking about is
What's
there's a lot of slaves right now in Africa. There's a lot of slaves right now in China.
Oh yeah, so many nations. Iran. Yeah, I mean,
We have them. We have them here in the United States. We have them here in the United States.
Yes, there are, unfortunately, but most of them are child sex slaves. There's not very many.
Not necessarily just sex slaves. There's people that are brought here just to be servant. They say servant. Hold on. They say the word servant, but they have them working in their house for basically just room and board.
Right. Yeah.
And they're not making a living. They don't have nothing that what they should be really getting.
It's just the people that the Mexican cartels are bringing across the country. All those people are slaves. They're working for the fucking cartel for the rest of their fucking lives.
Pretty much,
and people don't understand that. People don't understand that they are fucking slaves. They're being a lot of women are being prostituted along the way. And then they got to do whatever they tell them to do, because they threaten their families, and it's fucking horrible.
Like for instance, I can go to Libya right now and buy 100 slaves for $1,000 if I wanted. Not that I would. I'm just saying.
Really?
Like I said, there are more slaves, true slaves today than there was 150 fucking years ago.
Yeah.
What the fuck is going on?
I was just watching this video of this guy in the Philippines that confronted another dude because this dude was following around a little girl, right? Because he could see the intentions. He's like, "What's up? What you gonna do?" Like, and dude try to act, "Oh no, it's nothing. I was just trying to find her parents." Like,
yeah, right. Yeah, I'll believe that when
and just because it's not happening like in front of our eyes doesn't mean it's not happening, and that's what people don't understand. People are complacent. People want to sit, and that includes me. I'm not even going to sit here and bullshit. I know all this shit. Like I've studied all this shit, and sometimes I'll just sit here and like, you know what? But then again, just watch TV today and like.
Okay. I'm gonna put something out. I'm gonna put something out. Some people might not like it, Roseanne, but did you know that since they legalized abortions, more black children have been aborted than have been born?
Oh yeah.
Think about that fucking statistic. More have been aborted than born. So that means more than half of the black people that should be here are not here.
Yep.
And that's because where do they put abortion clinics? They put them in the fucking hood. They don't put them in nice places. They ain't got them in Beverly Hills. They ain't got them in Poway. They don't have them here in fucking Ramona. They have them in Chula Vista. They have them in Oceanside. They have them fucking in the hoods. That's where they
East Oakland. They literally I could literally walk to the Planned Parenthood for him.
They say it's a woman's choice, but it's really fucking amazing how they want to abort only minority children. They don't have them in white neighborhoods. I'm sorry.
Here, let me jump in there, and that is a definite fact that the majority are in minority communities. And that's a problem. And that was planned that way.
Yes, it was. It was also planned the way to put a liquor store on every corner in the hood. And it's also planned the way to make sure their education system isn't up to par, because if they're not smart, they're going to join gangs and shit.
And where do you find
it's just a revolving motherfucking thing. It's all
you find up. You find every one of those fucking communities that you're talking about, they're Democrat run.
Yeah. Look at Chicago. It's been corrupt since the day it was created as a city.
Amen.
And you know that, JJ. You live there.
Amen. This whole country. Look. Hold on, stop. This whole fucking country is corrupt. From the president all the way the fuck down.
Oh yeah,
the whole country's corrupt.
And for some reason we got sold out to China.
I don't know
why China's pulling all the strings for our country now.
I have to say, I've got a problem with any and all abortions. Well, not necessarily all. There's a couple of instances, just one or two, like instances of rape that's been reported. But then again, you shouldn't have to have an abortion. If you were raped, go get a fucking morning after pill.
Well, it's easier said than done. It's easier said than done because you could be
that's like medication.
Well, the morning after pill only works for a certain period of time. So let's say a girl gets raped and she doesn't realize that she's pregnant till 2 or 3 months down.
She's pregnant. If she got raped and she knows she got raped, report it and go fucking get the pill just to make sure. It's that simple. Cheap.
It's easy, Robert. It's easier said than done. I mean, you got to think. I mean, that's a lot of traumatic shit that's going on with that victim. She doesn't know. I mean, you don't know who the victim is, who raped her. You don't know what the outcome was. She could have became pregnant. Like a girl can get raped tonight, God forbid. She won't know she's pregnant for some time after. In the morning, the day after pill, the morning after pill is only good for a certain period of time.
Yeah, but if she got raped, take the fucking morning after pill so you don't get pregnant just in case. You got raped. I mean, there's no girl that after it happens, she doesn't know she got raped. She's gonna know that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But if you think about it, it's like I said, it's easier said than done. You don't know the circumstances. What if the girl doesn't have money? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
What happens if she's 14?
Hold on. You're telling me that if a girl that got raped last night walks into a pharmacy today and says, "Hey, I got raped. I can't afford the morning after pill, but I need it." I guarantee there's not a pharmacist in this fucking country that's not going to give it to her.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know that they might be. It's a drug. They might tell that little girl that you got to bring your parents in to authorize it.
That's possible.
You don't know you don't know what state they're in.
No.
I mean,
no,
I believe. Look, Robert. I agree with you. What you're saying. I don't believe in abortion, but at the same time, in certain circumstances, it is what it is.
Hey, look at LJ Silver, Austin Tier Privateers, 9 million plus black abortions last year. Bill Gates' parents, and they helped founded Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, exactly. No, Planned Parenthood is.
And isn't Bill Gates the one with the thing 21?
I believe that. I don't know if it's associated with Agenda 21 or not.
Yeah, Agenda 21, and we happen to be in year 2021. And
I know that
they were basically talking that they need to reduce the population of the planet, and the best way to do it was with a vaccine.
Hey, can somebody let Roseanne up? She's in backstage.
Oh, Roseanne's backstage. Sorry, Roseanne.
Hey, look, Robert. I agree. Like I said, I agree with you. I agree with you. I'm pro. I don't believe in abortion, but I don't believe in abortions. But in a certain circumstance, if a girl got raped, that's a different story. If the kid, if it's gonna endanger the woman's life,
yes,
I mean,
exactly.
there's special circumstances, but I don't believe in abortions. That's against my faith.
I agree 100% with you, JJ. There's certain things like it's known through the ultrasounds that your baby is going to be, fucked up its whole life. It will never. Yeah, it's not a viable fetus without.
Yeah, exactly.
And I can understand in some instances ending that life, and it's hard to do that because it's still a life.
But I wanted to touch base on. I wanted to touch base on what you guys were talking about, how the Indians got their land robbed and how that all happened. And Jose kind of touched on it.
Wait, one thing at a time. I also wanted to touch on that, but I definitely want to, since y'all brought up the whole abortion thing, and Tupac was saying, okay, more black babies have been aborted ever since abortion was legalized.
Yes, than have been born.
Yes.
That's fine, but that's not, when people say that, at the end of the day, it's I don't believe in abortions. So this is, hey, you guys don't want it for this or so or whatever reason. This is my justification. Instead of going, okay, well, why is that the case? Maybe it's because it's single parent households, whatever.
Yeah.
Poverty affects things. Instead of trying to like figure out those issues, they go, okay, we don't believe in abortions.
Hey,
And
Roseanne,
to even say that I'm against abortions or whatever, one, as you guys are males, is I think on a female side, it's pretty disgusting. You guys are not the ones that experience it, live it, ever have to like
Roseanne, hold on. Roseanne,
Roseanne.
without us, that baby would have never started. So we definitely have a voice.
And
Wait,
Roseanne,
wait,
and
wait.
before you say what you think you're going to say to me, I believe a woman has a choice to make that choice.
Thank you.
No.
My thing is, why are they all in the worst fucking neighborhoods? Why don't they have one in the nicer neighborhoods? Because there's not as many white people.
No.
They're not grinding it into the white people's minds that you need to get abortions, but they are into the Latinos and the blacks.
The religious background.
They're putting it into their minds. You got to get abortions unless you're Catholic. Now, if you're Catholic, that's a different thing. You're not gonna get abortions and stuff.
Now, I think men have just as much. I think men have just as much right in the argument because the
argument is based on religion, not
Robert, we don't have nothing to say about it. It's just because we had a fucking hard on and got somebody fucking knocked out and didn't wear a fucking rubber. All right, it has nothing. It's not your fucking choice. It ain't your fucking body.
Can I ask you guys a question?
DNA, it's my choice.
Yeah,
you cannot force a woman to have your fucking kid, Robert. I'm sorry. You can't force a woman to have your kid.
All right, wait. Robert, Tupac, Jose.
If we had consensual sex and she got pregnant, I have just as much right as a say of hers as to the life of that child.
No, you don't. You got zero. Zero.
No, I have justice, right?
We're back to laws. We're back to laws, not religion. We're back to laws now.
I'm talking fucking biology. I'm talking science. I'm talking physics.
It's not yours.
That child is half mine. I have just as much right.
It's not yours until it's born.
Bullshit.
All right, look,
then you're responsible for half of it.
I got something to say.
We have a system in place that holds men responsible. We absolutely don't. I mean, at the end of the day, we have child support in place or whatever, but none of that stuff can stick. And also stigma. People have no idea the stigma and the taboo that's connected to females that's non-existent for males. I mean, there's so much that's...
Wait. Can I say something? Quick?
I know the stigmas. My sisters have been unwed mothers. I've fully aware of stigmas, especially coming from Jehovah's Witnesses and how much shit those girls go through.
Exactly. You may have seen it, but you don't know what it's like. One, and
I do.
And the taboos. First off, that's period. That's cross. That doesn't matter what race you are, what religion, what country you're from. That's a worldwide phenomenon where a girl will be instantly slut shamed, and a guy is doing a guy's thing. That's one issue. Beyond that, the financial issue, the actual responsibility. That is all period. At the end of the day, will be on a girl to have to deal with.
Suzanne,
can I say something?
Nobody but somebody that has been through it can comprehend it is a bunch of bullshit. You don't have to go through it personally. And fully understand what's going on, especially with it.
Can I say something real quick to the guys on the panel? Robert, do you have any daughters?
I do, but she's my niece, not technically my daughter. But I raised her from. I have raised her from the day she was born.
All right, I accept that. Tupac, do you have any daughters?
No.
Jose, do you have any daughters?
No.
All right, I have 3 daughters and I have 4 granddaughters. Okay. Like I said, I'm against abortion, but there's circumstances that that would say, okay, if the girl got raped, if the fetus is, bad, but at the same time, it's not my decision. I'm gonna love the child regardless. If, like, say, for instance, God forbid, I don't even want to say these words. Let's say, for instance, something happened, okay, and somebody I love got pregnant by some fucked up reason, okay. If they decided to have the baby, I'm gonna love the baby regardless.
Absolutely.
But at the same time, it's not my decision because I'm not the one that's going to be raising a child that was a product of rape.
Right. And
so
personally, I deal with this honestly, and nobody knows about this, and this is the first time anybody's going to know. My niece, that is my namesake, that was named after me, got raped and got pregnant by the fucking rape.
That's fucked up.
She had the baby. And initially, it's like, it doesn't matter. That's a human life. If nothing else, it's going to be up for adoption. But she decided
that everybody else in that situation should have had the baby. Because
she decided and raised the baby. No, that's not what I'm saying, Roseanne. I'm saying, but something like adoption is always an option. Sure, you might think, oh, now I've got a parasite in me for 8 months. But it wasn't that child's choice. It wasn't yours.
I'm totally on Mufit's side with this. I don't believe in personal abortions. I absolutely do not believe in.
I don't believe it at all.
To me, I feel like, I'm at least, I don't know personally what those hardships would be like, but I feel like I'm in a place where I would make that I could mentally make that decision to put my child up for adoption or something. I do feel that mentally, but at the end of the day, I don't know what other people experience. I know you have the mental fuck that happens in your mind when things
put it this way: if somebody touched my
I would never say I am in a position to make that decision for others ever. And I would never use the fact that I know someone that kept their child as justification for all of you guys should be forced to do what someone I know has done.
No, but what I'm saying is if you're raped and then you got raped, you got raped the next morning. You know that happened. So go and try to do something about it then. Don't try to wait until a baby presents itself and you're fucking pregnant and then try to get an abortion.
So let me ask you a question, Robert. Let me ask you a question.
Somebody said earlier in chat, when a girl gets raped, they want to deny it. They want to pretend like it never happened. They don't want to be dealing with shit like that.
Hold on.
Now, here's another thing. What if a girl's like 7, 8, 9 years old and she doesn't know what the fuck to do?
Okay, if y'all are saying every accidental pregnancy is based on the fact that a girl was in denial, that's also wrong. There are many times where girls genuinely don't realize they got fucking pregnant.
Well, again, I mean, you more or less you made a conscientious choice. You either.
And by the way, do you know how expensive the morning after pill is? Do you have any idea? Do you know how rigged our pharmaceutical system is? If you want to get birth control,
pharmaceutical system is. But I think the morning after pill should be free.
Oh, okay. You know how much it costs though? One after pill. Do you know how much it costs?
How much does it cost? I'm curious. I want to know.
Is it about $600?
No, it's $50 for the pill. The morning after, the one that only works within 24 hours after you had sex. So that's.
But that's what I was saying. But Roseanne, that's what I was saying.
If you want to take the pill that works as the morning after for 4 weeks. First off, you don't sell that one at the pharmacy. You have to actually go to someone to get that one. And that one is about $600. But the morning after pill, the one that works the same way as like a condom would basically, like fucking sperm would not have traveled inches into your vagina at that point. That
it wouldn't actually to the egg.
You know what's expensive?
Here's the thing.
A lot of money.
Here's the thing. What I'm trying to say. What if the girl was?
That's all I have to say. That needs to be free.
Yeah, it should.
Some girl saying that she was assaulted, she should get that for free. Period.
But
Even
Robert,
beyond
what
that,
I'm trying to say,
and honestly, this all has to do with like the religious nature of our country. We've already established the fact that anyone should have access to morning after. I mean, people have fought for this to happen, but now there's all these rules. You can't just go and buy it over the counter. You actually have to go and like ask for it, which is the dumbest shit ever. Obviously, you have to say yes, but they do that for a reason.
Yeah, no, you should be able to get it over the counter.
Yeah,
but
it's available. You have to go actually ask for it. You do it to actually start like guilt and shaming people right at that moment.
But what I'm trying to say is, what if the girl that got raped was 7, 8, 9 years old, has no clue that fucking pill even exists? Has no clue. She doesn't have the mindset and the mentality that even know a pill like that exists, and doesn't know that she's pregnant. Never even had her first period.
People are 20 and don't have the $50 at times. I've taken morning after pills twice in my life, and I'm like, holy shit, dude! Like, I'm like super annoyed that I'm fucking paying $50 for a fucking pill when I don't even know if I need it. I really don't know. Like, I'm just like, really, like $50 in a wishing well, but like, I just don't want to do anything stupid. And I believe it's kind of fucking money.
Hey, look at your chat and read Roots.
I believe. Hold on, I just did get back in, Tupac, but Roseanne, I believe that. Yeah, that, like you said, that morning after being questionable. I think that morning after pill should be free. You shouldn't have to pay 50, 60 fucking bucks just to make sure you're safe. And especially a woman that got assaulted.
Read Roots.
I do have an issue with people that have been sexually assaulted, and then 4, 5 years later, they try taking somebody to court. That person should have been fucking dead a long time ago if they were an abuser like that, in my opinion.
Well, I put it this way: if anybody, I already was about 2-3 months ago, my daughter called me up and saying her now ex-husband beat her ass. So I went over there, and on the way there, I called my sons, and we went there, and we fucked him up. I still have court on this. We fucked him up. I really literally broke his arm and broke his jaw.
Good to hear.
By the time my sons got there, it was over with. The cops were already there, and they had me in handcuffs, and they let me. And I had to bail myself out. So you know what? If anybody touches my fucking daughters, I'm gonna kill the motherfucker. Plain and simple.
That was kind of selfish, not letting your sons join in.
Hey, so you guys want to read Roots' comment? Any idea?
I read that.
As a very young age,
I'm sorry.
Too young to go to doctors without my parents. Sometimes you aren't left with many choices. And yes, Ruth, that is unfortunately because of the stigmas that are put behind everything. That unfortunately is a common truth.
And Robert, here's the biggest thing is you have your exceptions, like you're saying, and that's awesome that you're like, I think the morning after pill should be free and all this stuff. But I mean, these are, those are your exceptions, and also what you believe are not my exceptions. And then the next person has their own set of exceptions.
Oh, yeah.
And believe or whatever, whatnot.
Yeah, we've all got our own points of view, our own opinions on the subject.
The problem is where you start saying this should not legally be allowed and people should not be able to do this. Like, there's one thing to have your own opinions on like the way things should be, but to say I don't support us like having women be able to like have an abortion or not. You may have your own exceptions.
Well, that's still an opinion. If I say at a certain amount of time that it shouldn't be allowed after a certain amount of time of gestation, that's an opinion.
It's when an opinion goes to like, I want it to now start to like, oh, this is a blanket thing that I feel like people should be forced to follow, where I think
okay, so let me
you should reflect on your own views and be like, really, is it fair? Is it fair that I think Where I put my lines as an exception.
Okay, let me do a big flip on you.
Yeah, I agree with you, Roseanne.
Now, equate that to the fucking vaccine mandates they're trying to put in.
Yeah, same thing. They're gonna come knocking on the door.
If I don't want to, that's my choice, and that should be valid.
No one's saying if you don't get vaccinated, they're going to put you in prison. So what are you talking about?
Bullshit. They are. But whoever said that?
Tell me where they have people in prison for not being vaccinated, or people that have.
Roseanne, we're equating the abortion thing now with the vaccine mandate, because you're saying, "Hey,
serious? I would never."
That's two different things, man.
I have to say that, like, oh, everyone, at the end of the day, if they don't want to get vaccinated, no, by law you have to, and we will strap them down and force them to get vaccinated. I would never agree with that. I think would be like, I just wouldn't agree with that. That's I honestly, I think people are super selfish. My opinion is
the fucking shit will hit the fan.
But
shit will hit the fan.
Your opinion is I would force them to not have an abortion.
Roseanne, calm down and listen to what other people are saying.
If they strap people down and did that, the shit will hit the fan. There'd be a total fucking revolution, revolt.
That's what they're doing. They're saying you can't work in common society unless you have this fucking vaccine that we think you need to have. That's unproven. That is an mRNA vaccine that's going to change your fucking genetic makeup.
Jesus.
It changes our DNA.
Okay, you know what? I don't want to argue about like the vaccine, what it does, because that's going to go on forever. But as far as you're talking about law, that's not true. I'm not arguing about if you're a private employer, you have the right. If you're a private employer, you have the right to say, I am not going to take. I don't want to employ someone.
Not according to the government. According to the government, if you have 100 employees, then you have to get. It's mandatory. You have to get.
Hold on, you're talking about a federal entity. You're not talking about a private employer. So that's one thing. If I had 100 employers, I'm not going to be forced to. First off, that's something a state decides, not a federal entity. But as far as the federal government saying that you have to be vaccinated to be in a federal building, they have the right to do so. As far as firing people, they have not fired anyone. They have said you cannot be in our buildings, and they have also, hey, if you want to work from home, as long as that is so feasible, you are allowed to do so.
Okay. Now, Roseanne, I hate to tell you this, but a lot of medical workers have been fired here in San Diego because they refused to take the vaccine, even though they were fighting this fight for the last 2 years.
Government, because hospitals are not federally owned. Hospitals are not a federal entity.
They're federally subsidized.
Yep.
So what? Everything is federally subsidized. That does not mean it's a federal entity.
I'm not federally subsidized.
Hey, Roseanne.
On their money from the government, so they're going to do whatever the fuck they are told to do. Now, when the
federal government, as I said, hospitals are forced to do this.
Roseanne, hold on, stop.
God.
When this whole vaccine or the whole pandemic started, everybody that was not a supposed COVID patient wasn't allowed to come to the hospital. If you thought you had cancer, you couldn't come and get cancer screening and get cancer treatment. None of that. But everybody that came through a hospital that tested COVID positive, that hospital got like $80,000.
Yep, there are people going in the hospital.
How many flu cases have you seen in the last 2 years? The fucking flu disappeared. It didn't exist. Nobody died from the flu. Whereas previous years,
are we arguing law? Because I thought we were arguing actually like merits and law, and you're arguing, is the vaccine? I'm not arguing what the vaccine is. I'm arguing.
Hey, listen, Roseanne. What Robert's saying is true because my girlfriend's an LPN. Her daughter is a CNA. And they both work for two different places, and they're telling me anybody that's going into the hospital, they're basically saying they got COVID so they can get the extra funding. So what Robert's saying is true. I'm hearing.
I'm not denying at all what Robert was just saying. I wasn't arguing.
And then Roseanne,
we were arguing federal law over what they can.
Read Maxwell Silverhammer's comment.
Maxwell,
they can't do that.
That's very much so could be the case. Again, your employer is a private entity. They can make that choice. I do not want someone that's not vaccinated to be at my facility. I'm a student at LSU. We debated heavily, are we going to allow students and teachers to return if they're not vaccinated?
Okay, but this is
that you cannot return. They have the right. I'm not arguing whether it is right or wrong. I'm arguing, do they have that right to do so? They do.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, it's not a federal thing. We're arguing right and wrong as far as legally.
Well, the feds are throwing OSHA at everybody.
It's opinion. This is an illness. Why does the government have the right to completely fucking destroy our way of life because some people got sick and some people died from an illness that they
if I owned a business right now and my employees refuse to get vaccinated, my personal opinion and choice, and at the same time, I can respect y'all's. I completely respect y'all's opinion to not get vaccinated, or y'all don't want to. That's fine. I get it. Like, a lot of people are not vaccinated. My place of employment, I'd be like, listen, I don't want you to come in if you're not vaccinated. I don't feel comfortable. I don't want my other employees to not feel comfortable. That's the whole point is that was my freedom to make that choice as someone that owns a business in this country. That is my choice.
Exactly. You have that choice.
I didn't force y'all.
You know what's happening? You know what's happening to America?
You have that choice and you have that ability to say, no, you're not vaccinated. I don't want my business. Well, go ahead.
The government is not the one forcing it.
Go ahead. Do that. And you'll see how quick your business dies.
Oh my God, you're like making this again about like somebody's opinions instead of like what we believe our rights should be. I'm saying that you should appreciate the right to like that freedom.
I have my right to my medical freedom. I have my right to my medical freedom. No reason why a restaurant that I visit needs to know my medical history. Fuck them.
Okay, fuck them.
They don't have a right to know my medical history. That is private.
Do you know what? Do you ever hear the term
vaccines? I could have applied this to 1,000 different things, and you would have probably felt differently. Is my point?
No, hold on, no, because the vaccines that we are traditionally used to, that we know work, I have had all of them. This is an mRNA vaccine. It's not a standard vaccine. This is a fucking shot. It's not a true vaccine. And they keep saying it is. It's a shot. It's not a vaccine.
Okay.
Number one.
Yeah, have you ever heard the term?
This shit changes your fucking genetic structure. I disagree with that.
If you were the president or whatever, would you force employers to not have that right to make that decision?
He made it mandatory, Roseanne. I don't know if you've ever watched the news, but they are sending OSHA out to anybody that has more than 100 employees, and they're forcing them to get vaccines. Anybody that has more than 100 employees. So every big country, any big company in this country.
My boyfriend works for Chevron that has 3,000 people under a building. Literally, he is a project manager. They are not forced to get the vaccine.
Well, Maxwell Silverhammer works.
If you're in a place of position, you're not forced to get the fucking vaccine. Congress doesn't have to get the vaccine. The people
So don't tell me that they're forcing private companies to force their employees to get vaccinated.
They are. Eventually, OSHA's going to catch up to Chevron, just like they're doing to the airports. Have you noticed all the walkouts with the pilots?
Yes, I have.
The walkouts with the pilots and all the flight cancels.
I want to say. Here's something I want to say.
Pilots don't want to take the fucking shots.
Tupac, here's something I want to say as well. When they show these fucking lawmakers taking this shot, How do you fucking know it's a shot? I think it's goddamn saline solution. They ain't taking that fucking shot.
Yeah, because they know they're going to be dead within 5 years of taking that shot.
Okay,
It's
let me
Have you
reword
guys
this.
ever heard the term?
How about this? The same way you guys would not agree with the federal government making that mandate to enforce vaccines, right? Because it's our freedom, right?
Exactly.
Who the fuck are they to force us to do something? That is our opinion, right? Or not? Or can we agree on that?
More or less. That's like the government telling us, well, you can only be Catholic. There's no other religions allowed in the United States.
They can't do it. They can't force it on you.
Fuck the government for telling us that I'm like, I as a business owner have to force my employee. Like, right, we can agree with that. Yes, I already know y'all do, and I know y'all are a little skeptical because y'all don't know what's coming up next. My whole point is the same way the other way goes. You can't also hold an employer accountable for going, I want my employees to be vaccinated. The whole point is that freedom of choice.
No, but that's fine. But they're trying to complain about the lack of labor shortage now, and it's because, you know, there's half the population that doesn't want your mandated vaccine. So you're gonna, if you mandate that if you work at these companies, you have to have the vaccine, guess what? There's going to be a massive labor shortage.
Well, not only that, the Supreme Court will be so overloaded with fucking lawsuits against all these different parties who are trying to enforce this mandate, and they'll be overwhelmed. Let me ask you a question, guys. Have you ever heard the term open air prison?
Hey, Maxwell, by the way, you should look at LJ Silver, austere privateers message to answer yours. Those things are actually state are the ones that get to decide things like that, not the federal government. So technically gets to make that decision about banning vax mandates.
I believe I've heard that term, JJ.
Have you ever heard the term open air prison?
I think I have, and that's more or less socialism, in my opinion.
Actually, I experienced it. Okay, here in the United States, and I'll give you a couple of examples. And I've experienced that in overseas. Now, let me start with overseas. Now, you guys were talking about how the Indians were robbed from their land and all of that stuff. Well, I experienced that firsthand and seen it with my own eyes when I was in Palestine, and how these European Jewish settlers are coming from Europe, Poland, Russia to Israel, and they're physically going to people's homes that live in the West Bank of Israel, Palestine, and they're forcibly removing them from their homes that they've been having for centuries. That's physically their land. They're physically removing with their law enforcement. The Israeli police is actually physically removing these people that own this house free and clear, and telling these people that are coming from Europe, here, this is your home now. So that's the same thing that's happening over there. Not only that, in open air prison, you have a checkpoint every 5 to 10 miles where they're checking for IDs, they're searching your property, your persons, your cars, and everything every so often. And if you noticed here in the United States, they're doing it slowly and slowly. It's becoming, the United States is becoming an open air prison. If you're looking at YouTube and all these people, what's going on in this country, it's the same thing is happening over here.
No,
same thing is happening here.
Well, it's coming to the point that if you're conservative, well, you're a fucking terrorist.
Oh my God, I can't even deal with Jesus.
It's like, well, it's not that. If you have,
that's exactly what.
If you're a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, a conservative, a liberal,
we're a right Republican. If we're white and we're Republican, we're a fucking terrorist. We're the worst thing in the world.
Says who?
Biden?
Says people like you.
Oh, okay, let's say Biden did say that, then who gives a shit? Like, where life changed for you?
Biden said the worst thing going on in the United States right now is white supremacy.
Like,
No,
seriously,
bullshit.
tell me about how,
That's,
like,
that's the
successful you
number
guys
one
are. Depression
problem in
is
the United
super hard.
States.
No, Roseanne, how in the fuck did you instantly take my comment to Biden?
I didn't.
did.
Tupac
I
said
did.
it.
I did.
Yes, you
I did, Robert. I took it to
No.
Biden.
Said Biden.
Roseanne took it straight to Biden way before you ever started speaking.
No, Tupac literally said Biden said so.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing. You were saying if you're a white and a Republican, you're a terrorist. Well, that's not true, because you could be a liberal, you can be a conservative, a Democrat, you could be a Republican, you could be independent and be considered a terrorist.
But
Look at me. Look at me. I'm considered a terrorist just because I got a fucking beard.
Your screen's all black. I can't see you.
Who,
Your
me?
screen's black. But what I'm saying is, it's, you know, individual people are or can be extreme. And
That's on every
everybody
aspect.
focus on the extreme individuals, not necessarily the movement and what they have to say. You know, you get a movement going, and it doesn't matter what it's on, but you get 4 or 5 fucking loudmouths that the media wants to push out there, and that's what the message seems to be. And it's bullshit, because the media is fucking perverting all of our messages.
They're working for
Well,
us.
here's the thing. Well, here's
We
the
might-
thing with the media.
We might
I
have
forgot
slight viewpoints on certain subjects, and we can
Well,
argue
here's-
about the viewpoint, but the
Well,
media
here's the thing with
pushes
the
to a
here's the
point
thing
that
with the media. With the media, I forgot which president it was. He authorized he authorized or made into law that the media has to push the government's propaganda again.
well,
They
that was
stopped it a
Bush.
long time ago.
That was Bush. Yeah,
And
propaganda.
that's what's happening right now.
Was
I mean, if you think
outlawed.
about if you think
And-
about it, look at history. Look at history. Back when we were at war with Korea, the Koreans were the bad guys. When we were in World War when the Japanese hit Pearl Harbor, the Japanese were the bad guys. You go to Germany, the Germans were the bad guys. You go to Vietnam, the Vietnamese were the bad guys. If you look at Iraq, all these different countries we were going to war with, they were the bad guys. But now what's happening?
A couple of them were actually bad guys. Some of them, it was just a bunch of bullshit American propaganda and whatnot. But a lot of those were actually issues.
Yeah, I understand.
Taken care of.
Now let me ask you a question. We went to war with Afghanistan for what, 20 years?
And
now,
I 100% disagree with that, because it was all about gold and oil.
Exactly. Well, exactly. I was getting to that.
I don't
here's
believe.
the thing.
Well,
here's the thing I was getting to.
No, hold on. I'll go clear back to the incident on 2012, on 9/11, or on 2001, 9/11. I do not believe the government story. I think that was our government did that.
Yep.
Personally.
Yep.
That's what I believe.
It's all a cover up.
Fucking jet fuel is going to shear beams at a 45-degree angle in a building that was built specifically for a large plane crash into it like that. And all of a sudden, at a perfect angle, everything's going to be sheared and it's going to come down. And another building that wasn't even part of the complex is going to fall down fucking 6 hours later. And somehow, this jet fuel can fucking shear steel beams, but it's not going to even singe a passport from somebody from Afghanistan.
Well, look, let me ask you a question.
100% government bullshit.
Look, this is what I was trying to say. This is the United States of America, the superpower. Okay, we're living in America. I'm an American, born and raised. Yeah. You know what's up with me. But here's what I'm trying to say. Right? We're a superpower. Okay, exactly. We have nukes. We have everything. We went to war against the Afghans for 20 fucking years. They don't have shit, and we fucking left the way we left. What's gonna happen when we go to war with a real country like China, Russia, North Korea, Iran? What's gonna happen? These motherfuckers got real shit.
All I can say is if it actually happens in the United States, they're gonna be sadly surprised because, like Hirohito said back in World War II, we've awakened a dragon. You know, there's behind every blade of grass, there's an American with a gun.
True. But let me ask you a question. Have you seen in the news that the Russians been spotted on the West Coast flying in with all these jets and what's going on back and forth with that? It happened multiple times. I think what's happening is the Russians are testing a response time to see how far they could get close to us before our defense systems kick in so they can intercept them. That's all test runs.
And at the same time, the Chinese are fucking doing shit in the ocean. Fucking.
That's a little bit that I've heard about is them, you know, harassing Taiwan. But I haven't heard about the Russians in our airspace.
Oh no,
you guys have heard about all the container ships that are off the coast here?
Oh,
there's two theories of what's going on. That Biden and all them say it's because we ain't got enough truckers, which is bullshit because we've had enough truckers for fucking 50 years and shit out here. The biggest theory is one of those containers they believe has a nuke on it.
No,
they're trying to figure out which one it is because they don't want it to go into port.
I haven't heard that one yet. But then again, this could also be
a shortage of workers, or is there not? I thought y'all just said there was a shortage of workers.
Well, to be a truck driver,
it works for y'all.
Roseanne, most truck drivers are independents.
Yep.
So that goes right out the window, Roseanne. You're independent. You don't have to get a shot. Truck drivers don't have to get a shot.
It has nothing. Okay, but what if right now, because there is a flu going around, they can be sick. So let's say 5 of every 100 will take 2 weeks off every 6 months because just stats would say. That would be
what the fuck is up with the flu? The flu has been around for the last 20 years. People got sick from that. All right.
Okay,
so it's the same fucking thing. It ain't that. It ain't that
I could care less about COVID. I'm saying, do you not take time off of work if you get sick?
I agree.
Yes,
I agree.
But
Maybe
there's a
not take time off work if you get sick. I don't care if it's deadly or not or whatever. If you got the flu, you take time off of work, right or not, right?
Nope. Nope. I never took no time off of work. I was working with fucking
when I get
pneumonia.
sick and I become a big baby.
Hey!
So I take time off of work.
Hey, you too. Let me jump in here. This is my channel. Let me jump in for a second. Now, a lot of what's going on is not people actually being sick.
Oh my God, I can't. Have you had anyone get COVID? Because I have. They get sick.
I've had 12 family members die.
I understand.
On a ventilator Christmas morning.
I'm talking here. I understand that people get sick. Okay. I'm not saying that it's not an actual illness. I understand that it is. But the majority of the issues that we're running into right now is that people have a difference of opinion. It's like, you know what? I've already had COVID. I have what's called natural immunity. So fuck that mandatory shot. And there's a lot of people out there that have that. But even if they don't have natural immunity, even if they don't have the shot, doesn't matter. What the fuck good did the shot do then? If it's not going to protect you from somebody that didn't get the shot, what was the point? It won't stop you from getting it. It won't stop you from spreading it. It possibly lowers your chance of dying if you get it. That's it. So why in the fuck are you trying to mandate something like that?
Possibly. And they've been talking that more kids are dying from the shot than actually died from the COVID.
Their fucking hearts are
exploding. What the fuck is that? Why are they killing kids?
Their fucking hearts are exploding.
I think it's all population
At least
control.
we settled.
Population
Yeah,
control.
people do get sick.
Look up Bill Gates' Agenda 21. We happen to be in the year 21, and they were talking about population control.
Hey, Tupac, Dennis
I'm
James.
not here to like argue with conspiracy, so I'll get down. I just all I came up to really say is, one, as far as abortions go, it's easy to go, yes, I personally feel like these exceptions should be made and these exceptions should not be made, but it's not fair to be like, oh, but my opinion's the one that matter and not others, because then the next guy's gonna go, well, I think these exceptions and not these. My whole thing is about that freedom should be there for those who experience it to deal with. And my next thing was, as far as the Native American thing goes, and at this point, we went into like such a tirade about conspiracies. I really don't even remember what I was going to say about the Native Americans.
No, but hey, Roseanne, let me say this in response to one of your things. Yeah, mandating vaccines definitely is not a good thing. There's
1,000%.
There's a lot of people that can't medically get that vaccine because it would be detrimental to their health.
Okay, first off, you're not one of them. So, like I'm saying, if I'm a business owner, I'm sorry, I would be like, get the fuck out of here. You're not vaccinated. But as far as, do I believe, period. First off, I'm not saying should Biden do it. Do I believe our
I've got natural immunity. I came in contact with the virus.
None of your business.
I came in contact with this virus back in January of 2020. I was one of the first people
to show up at my place of employment.
I was one of the first people.
You're awesome, but I will provide you a laptop and you will be able to work from home, and me and you will like be able to have our arguments. But like, I still want you to walk into my door.
I can't work from home. I'm a carpenter. I can't build a fucking house sitting here in front of the computer. I have to.
I can't work from home.
It's not a carpenting business, so that's good.
Well, I can't work from home. I'm in people's homes, businesses. I'm in warehouses, office. I can't work. I'm up and about. I'm all over the place.
Exactly.
Sorry,
There's
you can show up to your work site. I will let you do that. I'm just saying you cannot walk into my building to come claim your paycheck. I will just deposit it into your account. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, read what LJ Silver Privateer said.
Well, now, Roseanne, what if I needed most of it deposited into my account, but I need $500 in cash? And you're gonna
I will put it in an envelope. I will put it in an envelope for you, and you can pick it up at the door.
Okay, and then I wanted to say something to Dennis about the natural immunity. Dennis,
I'm sorry. Listen, this will all be a thing of the past very soon, Robert.
If there's no such thing as natural immunity, how did the doctors help the people during the Black Plague? And
there is a such thing as natural immunity. There is a actual. There is. We don't always.
Dennis put in the chat that that's not true, and it is.
No,
true.
well, people can be carriers.
Can I talk? We need to learn how to hit the mute button. But anyway,
Roseanne.
So when they had the big AIDS thing, fucking go in the late 70s, early 80s and stuff. A lot of people that got AIDS weren't only people that, were doing homosexual acts or using needles. It was also people that are, what is that called?
They're getting blood transfusions.
Blood transfusions. But there's a certain people that have to get blood transfusions more often because their blood is so thin. It's called, I forget what it's called. But anyway, they were trying to figure out why 7 out of 10 of these people got AIDS and 3 of the 10 didn't. And it turned out that a lot of their relatives were people that the Black Plague never affected, that they had something in their DNA that the AIDS just couldn't affect them. Like, what the hell is that called? But they had a natural immunity, not only to the Black Plague, but they also had it to. Robert's got a funny head, funny body. Roseanne's got a funny head.
I believe it's population control, and the reason for that is because we're running out of food.
Well, you heard, if anybody wants to go back and look at the thing that Bill Gates was talking about 10, 15 years ago about
fuck Bill Gates and shit like that asshole that runs Facebook, they bought up a lot of America's farmland, which produces most of the grain for the world. And they're not going to, I guarantee they're not going to be producing crops on the land that they bought.
Hey, hold on. Jose's in the basement. I guess he wants to get back on the panel.
Yeah, but that thing is all about population control. They want to bring the population of the planet down.
Thanks, Mufid. No, it's all population control. But thanks, Mufid. Now Jose's back up here.
Thank you. I've been down there for 15 minutes.
No
That
way.
sounds so sarcastic.
No way, Jose. I was having fun.
Sorry, Jose.
Nah, it's
Now
all
I
good.
can't
I'm just
be Robert's
messing with
buddy.
You know, this is who I am. I am who I am. I put my fucking
Halloween.
and that's just it.
Well, I mean, I think you're awesome for who you are, Robert Worley. I mean, I respect your opinions for what they are. You own up to them.
Yeah, I really appreciate you, and I respect your opinions. And I love being able to have an animated discussion where two people can have different opinions, and we can discuss them on a stream like this. And at the end of the day, we can go away still being friends because we know we just have our own opinions.
Oh, honestly, like Robert, here's my thing is, and I mean this genuinely, and I don't care if you believe it or not. I respect people's opinion to not get vaccinated or not. Like, to me, I don't believe that way whatsoever. And in my belief, I never want to feel guilted that someone's going to get sick. They're going to have a bad reaction. And I'm always going to question, hey, at the end of the day, you could have said something, or you could have maybe been a voice if they don't have that voice around them to been look into it, whatnot. I never want to be guilted if something happened to you. What happened to I know you guys feel that way, but
hey, Roseanne.
Like I said, I had my cousin's husband literally put on a ventilator Christmas morning.
Roseanne, if I'm going around a friend or a family member or somebody that does have a weakened immune system and is going to be susceptible to stuff, I'm going to wear a mask around them.
Robert Worley, but I mean, I know this is your own personal business, but
you
talked to me about this when John had his stuff, whatever went down, but I don't you wonder if you have a weakened immune system, you pretty much, I mean,
no, that's what I said.
I don't know how it would affect John, but ever since what happened to John, I've been petrified. I don't know how COVID could possibly affect him, but I know.
No, you have to be more cautious.
You've dealt with seizures, you've been on camera. You need to look into that. It might affect you differently than the average person.
Well, that's the thing.
And to be honest with you,
you're around somebody that is very susceptible to something like this. I'm not. I'm pretty much by myself. 90% of the time, I'm by myself. I don't have to worry about it. I myself am personally immune to it. I've already went through it before anybody in the fucking world really knew about it. I was associated with it at the beginning of January of 2020. I was there at the very beginning before any world nation started saying anything about it. I had it already or been associated with it and didn't actually have any effects. But a guy that I worked with on a regular basis and was in the same room with, his son-in-law came back from Wuhan in December and was visiting with us. And so I got it then. before it was ever even known I had it. And I've got an amazing immune system, and it did nothing.
All right, I got something to say. But in New York, they're mandating that you have to basically show a card. I think they've been doing it at different sporting events too. That
Same
you have
with
to show a card
Yeah,
that you
you can't get into a
vaccinated.
Raiders game without getting vaccinated.
Same thing here in New Orleans.
And
I've got a
so
card.
what
that
this is doing? So what this is doing? It's actually doing more racism stuff. You guys can laugh and stuff, but the problem is more black people haven't gotten the shot than white people, and that's because of the experiments that our government did on black people in the 50s and 60s with the syphilis shots. They told them they were giving them a vaccine, and they just stuck them with syphilis so they could spread it around their communities.
Why don't y'all stick with I don't want to get the vaccine?
Tupac, that is the Tuskegee experiment.
Nice.
Yep.
And that's why they're not getting the shot.
Quick. Shout out to William.
So now black people
But don't
can't
speak
go.
for other communities.
Don't they? What do you mean? Don't speak for other communities?
The black community.
Your whole view on I don't agree with getting the vaccine or it being mandated is now turning into okay, and these are my justifications. Don't know that like even black people feel this way or even whatever feel this way.
Oh, really?
These are your views.
Well, you see, Roseanne, I actually have black friends. I actually talk to black people. I talked to Mia. Mia said she talked to her mom. Her mom said, fuck no, I ain't getting that vaccine. She talked to her boyfriend. He said, no, I ain't getting the vaccine. She talked to her brother. No, I ain't getting the vaccine.
Okay, so you're going to speak
black
for
people were experimented on. They're not going to get the fucking vaccine.
By the way, that's super true. That actually has a lot to do with a lot of doubt as far as trusting doctors. And that is very much so like a racial, a something very specific to that group of people. And there's a lot of like,
so now black people can't eat in restaurants in New York.
Hold on. Stop for a second.
Okay, I don't know. I don't agree with you speaking on a whole this group of people. Like that's not. I think it's.
Hey, Roseanne.
I couldn't imagine someone speaking on.
Roseanne, please stop. You're acting like a fucking Karen right now. I'm sorry to you are.
I mean, I don't know how many black friends you have, Roseanne, but I've had black friends my whole fucking life.
Everybody has different.
There's a reason I have a black man's name tattooed on my fucking chest.
And okay, and that just be like, okay, I can speak on their behalf.
Hey, Roseanne. Roseanne, if you don't respect other people, I'm gonna fucking ban you from the channel.
What?
You've got to learn. You've got to learn to respect other people's opinions. Other people's have lived other lives that you haven't lived. We have different opinions. Everybody does. We have different
opinions.
Well, you're trying to denigrate his life experiences and say that his life experiences don't mean shit. Your opinion is all that matters.
I think you misheard something.
No, I don't think I did.
You said I can basically not say anything about black people because I'm not black, which is fucking bullshit.
No, I did not say you can't say anything about black people. I said that you were like, okay, black people don't do this because of this.
Yeah.
Same thing with Jose earlier hold on.
We have
earlier today on Half Dollar Make Your Hollers channel
we have physical experiences dealing with other people of other races.
I'm not going to justify something I completely.
I agree to disagree with all of y'all.
Hold on, let me stop and ask this for Roseanne.
Hey, what about me?
Hold on, Roseanne. As a white person, I can't have opinion about anybody else of any other race unless they're white. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Sorry,
she
what'd you
said,
say?
I can't speak
I
on
said,
behalf of other people because I'm not them.
Are you saying that I can't have a viewpoint of any other race besides white because I am technically white? Is that what
No,
you're saying?
of course not. Of course not.
Well, that's what it sounds like.
Well,
It sounds like you're saying
like I
no
said, I think you're mishearing it.
of another race unless they are of that race.
Maybe you're misconstruing because something I said you did not agree with as it being like a blanket statement.
Yeah, no, I would like to know. I want to talk and discuss everything like that.
Hey Rob, I want to explain something to you.
Something
to you real quick.
Hi, Ann Orta.
Well,
Okay,
Roseanne,
if you were on Half Dollar's channel earlier.
Maxwell. He said
Actually,
fuck snacks. He's all there. I said it.
I haven't been on Half Dollar
All right,
channel for
I
a couple of
was.
months.
Roseanne, I
Yeah,
was.
I was gonna bring that up. For the most part, someone pretty much said something that is it doesn't matter what they said or whatever, whatnot. But
Hi, Ann Orta.
Jose put in the chat like, hey, like don't conflate the two because of just it's not accurate.
Well,
and their response to it was, oh, but this is like this is pretty much like a Mexican or Latin thing.
yeah, well, I haven't watched.
Don't speak on behalf of like a blanket statement over people when no, I mean,
I haven't watched Half Dollar Make You Holler in a couple of months. They've unfortunately for me, it was basically the point that they would not let their mods know when they changed their fucking rules. They just changed their rules on a whim. And it's like, hey, I'm trying to be a mod, and if now all of a sudden these people can say this, and now you're talking shit to me because I removed that comment, like, what the fuck? You didn't tell me that comment was now acceptable.
no, I think
they
that's
didn't like me telling them to look up in chat because you guys aren't sending packages to the people you're supposed to send them to, and they really didn't like that.
Yeah,
like if Maxwell was missing something or Jose or they never got their things, and I'd say, hey, look up in chat. These people are talking. They've been sending you emails for 6 months and you won't answer that. Why don't you look up here in chat? And they got tired of me doing that.
And that's channel for channel.
No, I don't know what that's about. I think that's kind of like really crazy that they unmodded all.
Yeah, that's one thing I gotta say about them. They don't respond to any emails.
I don't really have anything against anybody, but if you're trying to be a mod for somebody's channel, if they're deciding to change their rules when they were a family-friendly channel, and because certain people paid a certain amount of money, that they can get away with pretty much fucking anything. And it's like, you know what? We need to know about that. And if if your rules are going to be based on what somebody fucking pays into your channel, I'm sorry. That's not a channel I'm interested in trying to mod for.
I didn't mean to bring it up. It had nothing to do with like, it was a chat discussion. But my whole point is that like, these blanket statements, if they can't be applied, is what I'm saying. Like my black friends are all vaccinated.
Exactly. No, there's a lot of blank statements that try to be applied. And I agree, they're not right.
But I'm telling you, a lot of black people will not get this shot because the government fucking experimented on them in the 50s and 60s. It's just
the whole system of this, the whole feeling of distrust, because they have a history. The U.S. government has a history of fucking over minorities. Just
exactly.
Look at the history. That it just
syphilis vaccine. Hold on, Jose. The syphilis vaccine that they pushed on Tuskegee Airmen was kind of the last straw. It's been going on for a long time, but when they pushed the syphilis experiment on the Tuskegee Airmen, that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them at all. And I agree with them 100% because I don't fucking trust them. When they're saying, oh, we've got this new vaccine that's an mRNA vaccine, and it's going to cure the common cold, which the humans have been trying to cure for 100,000 fucking years, is the COVID virus. It's a common fucking cold. So they took a common cold from a bat, figured out how to get that transmutable to a human,
Weaponized it.
Yes, exactly, and released it.
Yep.
And
Maxwell, you ain't never
And,
lied.
and on
It's a
top of that,
fucking
we
proven
paid
fact.
for it. On top
It's
of
a
that, we paid for it, and Fauci knew about it the whole fucking time.
He was fucking funding it.
Yep. After Obama outlawed it, he went ahead and did it fucking anyway because he's the AIDS guru and shit. Fucking
No, I think
bureaucrat.
I think there's quite a few people in our political vein right now that need to be fucking beheaded.
I'll stick 100 yards away from that comment.
I'll fucking say it. I don't give a shit. Let the Clintons come. There's not just going to be me dead.
Hey, don't get Arkansas over there.
No, I might get Arkansas. I ain't afraid of it, but I'm not going to be the only body.
Yeah, Dave's there too.
Dave's not here, man, but he's over there, man.
I'm staying away from that comment.
There are things that still go boom here.
I'm staying away from that comment.
Most of them were lost in a boating accident when I was taking my silver out onto the lake to try to get it some sun so it could tone. And I took my firearms with me to protect them. And there was capitalization. And I lost everything.
You know, that's the comment when Tupac told me that. I was like, I gotta meet Robert. I gotta meet Robert.
Oh shit!
See, that's what's good about.
I'm down to take a dive in that lake one time.
No, I don't. I wish I could remember what lake it was.
Oh my god!
That's when you know you had too much to drink.
Yes.
Yeah, and I probably smoked a little bit too much, but yeah, I can't remember which lake I lost it all in. I wish I
You
could.
could never smoke too much. You could definitely drink too much.
I've done both, honestly. Smoking too much is difficult.
Hey, Rob.
I mean, that takes some.
Hey Rob, look, I do a lot of work on the southeast side of Chicago, which is considered the hood, so to speak. So I'm in a lot of black people's homes, and I talk to them, and a lot of them are really cool people. I love them, and a lot of them don't want to take the vax, but then a lot of them got the shot. It's all in a matter of how educated you are and what you have to do to survive at this point.
Well, I don't know about education because you know if you're well enough educated, you're going to research that vaccine and you're going to learn that you don't want it.
Yeah, and I've noticed there's a lot of black folks, African Americans. I don't want to offend nobody. They're very educated people.
Oh yeah.
I mean, someone could look dumb as fuck, and once they open their mouth, your jaw's gonna drop in how intelligent they are.
Yep. No,
so don't judge a book by a cover.
This is one of the things I've learned. Hold on, this is one of the things I've learned in life. You never have a black friend. No matter what race you are, if you're white, if you're Mexican, you know, if you're Middle Eastern, you don't have a black friend. You've got black family.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know,
they don't lie about that one.
You know, they don't necessarily have friends. If they accept you, you're fucking family.
Yep, we fam.
Yep.
Shout out to my best
fam,
friend.
or in Jose's term, we familia.
We homies.
We're familia. Yeah, we're family. We're, you know, they don't really have necessarily friends. If you're at the friend stage, you're family. And most people don't see that. You know, there is a lot of people that they're not racist, but they don't necessarily understand race relations.
Like, for instance, check this out. I went grocery shopping today. I really didn't work today. You know, obviously I went and got a fade, did some grocery shopping, cleaned my house up. But I was in a grocery store, and there were two cashiers, and there was one line on one cashier, and there was another line that was real short, and it wasn't the express lane. So I said, okay, fuck these motherfuckers. I ain't waiting in line. I jumped in the line where it was a shorter line. Then there's one old lady sitting there telling me, you're supposed to get behind me. This is the line. You get to pick either this lane or that lane. I'm like, you know what? I ain't no fool. There's an open lane. There's nobody there. I'm standing there. Who the fuck are you to tell me where I'm going to stand in line? These Karens are getting out of control. And if she wasn't a senior citizen, I would have snapped.
I was about to say, it's a senior citizen. It's an old lady, brother. Let her have a space.
Yeah, you know, but at the same time, you chose to be in that line that was longer. You have another line right next to it with less people in the line, and you're choosing to be in line, and then you want to choose which one you want to go into. It don't work that way. I'm sorry. This is America.
It's like when you're driving down a car down the freeway. Pick a lane, damn it.
Yeah, pick a fucking lane. That's basically what I was telling her. Pick a lane. You decided to sit in the fucking toll booth where you pay change. I went through the iPass.
I have to say, I wouldn't try to cut into line, but I have to say, if I'm sitting there in a line and the fucking checker is going slow as shit, and there's a line next to me, and the checker's actually getting people out the fucking door, I'm gonna switch lines.
I approached it. I wasn't even in line. I just can't. I said, and I'm walking with my cart. I said, okay, there's two lines here. One's real fucking long. The other one's short. My smart ass said, I'm going to walk into the line that was short. I want to get the fuck out of here. Right. Then the lady's like, excuse me, sir, but you got to get behind me, because once you get close to the register, you get to pick which one you want to go to.
She was
I looked at her like, you must be out of your motherfucking mind.
Yeah, she was trying to play both lines. It's like, fuck you, bitch.
Yeah. You better try that shit with some other fool.
So my ex-girlfriend, she hated my best friend because he was black. Just hated him just because he was black and shit.
Yeah, that's like,
you can't fucking do that shit. And fucking, she was black too. She just hated black guys in general. And it took her like fucking a year before she would fucking actually talk and hang out with my fucking boy Keith and shit.
Hey, what do they call that when you more or less hate your own race?
I'm not sure, but it wasn't black girls. It was just black guys, and it was because of her stepdad and shit.
There's a term for that. There's a term for that, though.
Reverse racism?
Self-hating.
Well, it's kind of self-hating in a way. Yeah.
It's reverse racism.
Well, look, I'm going to tell you a story. The day my son was born, JJ, I was in the delivery room. The nurse just got done cleaning him off and handed my son to me, and I'm holding him for the first time. And I'm holding him like this. I put my son up in the air like this, and thank you, Lord, you gave me a beautiful, healthy son.
We can't see you, right?
Yeah, what? We can't see anything from you. Your camera is completely black.
Black screen.
And you have been this whole time.
Are you kidding me?
No.
No.
Is that better?
No.
Nope.
It's still a black screen.
Oh, well, you know who this is. Well, anyways, I'm holding my son up. I held him up in the air, and I said, thank you, Lord, for giving me this beautiful, healthy son. I put him down, and I'm looking at my son's eyes. And my father-in-law was right behind me, looking over my shoulder. He says, look at that. I'm like, yeah, look at your grandson. He said, no, look at that. God gave you a nigger. I'm like, what? Get the fuck out. And the nurse that handed me my son was a black lady. I looked her in the eyes. I'm like, man, don't get this piece of shit out of here. And he's like, oh, started an argument. I'm like, man, get this motherfucker out of here, man. This motherfucker want to insult my son. Get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. But that day on, I never fucked with him. I completely X'd them out of my life. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, man. You ain't my family no more.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's one thing I can't stand is ignorant, racist pieces of shits.
yeah, you did that to your own father, huh?
No, that was my ex-father-in-law, not my father. My father would never, those words would never come out of my father's mouth.
Ex-father-in-law. Yeah, well, it's still a shame to see it come out of anybody's mouth.
Hydrate pool.
You know, it's like, that's a baby. That should be all that anybody focuses on is that's a baby. Period.
Yeah, I've been sitting there holding them like, man, thank you, Lord. You just gave me a beautiful, healthy son. Thank you. When you want to fucking say that shit, well, I was fuming that thing.
Dude, okay, I know what racism is. You know, in Poway, they had the guys that were the neo-Nazi skinhead motherfuckers and shit. And my grandmother was a fucking racist. And I was out helping my grandfather one day build a shed, and I cut myself. And I could hear grandma fucking, oh, I'm surprised he ain't bleeding black.
Oh, really?
Yeah, my grandmother was from New Orleans. And I know Roseanne knows there are racist people down there in New Orleans.
Oh my God. It's bad here.
Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
Is in the South, there are some spots that are very racist. But the majority of the South is not racist. It's actually fully integrated. I mean, it's no big deal to have interracial couples or interracial kids. It's nothing.
That's
commonplace.
That's true. We have a lot of integration, like in New Orleans. Like I think we're like 50-50, but like racism is, I mean, for anyone to deny that doesn't exist in strong terms it's very inaccurate.
It still exists, but it ain't the number one thing plaguing our nation.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you can't go to school if you're black. Like it really was like 50 years ago. Like New Orleans was one of the last places to allow it.
Well, right. Most of those laws were all eliminated, and so everybody's pretty much equal. But still in some areas of the South, and it's some areas, not all, racism is strongly prevalent. I mean, even like the town Salem, Missouri that I moved to when I was a kid, and I moved there in about 6th grade. And only a year or two before I moved there did they remove their signs. But at the signs of that town, there were signs that said, "Nigga, have your ass out of town by midnight or else." You know, they were, and those signs only disappeared about a year or two before I arrived in that area. But they were still there up until the late 90s. And this is South Central Missouri, and those were the city limit signs. They were very racist. But
it's like that. It's like
average population of the town, when I was going to school there, and us school children, there was no racism. We were school kids. We could give a fuck less where you came from or what your heritage was. It's like, if you're cool, you're cool. If you're not, you're not.
Nope.
You know, racism, when I was growing up through school, they kept trying to push it on us, shove it down our fucking throats. But us kids were like, what is that? This means nothing. This is my friend. He's cool. We didn't give a shit about skin color or where you came from or what language you fucking spoke. If we could communicate and get along and we were buddies, we were buddies. That's all that mattered. You know?
See, I lived in different areas, and like Oceanside, it's very diverse, and that's where Camp Pendleton is. That's where most of the Marines get trained. And then you got like San Marcos and Vista and Escondido. And I remember it was only when I lived in San Marcos, for some reason, the Mexican kids did not like me. And I was getting in a bunch of fights and stuff. So I decided to hang out with the Samoan kids. And the Samoan kids in 5th grade are like 6'3". And when we hung out in Oceanside, there was a bunch of us. Black kids, Samoan kids, Mexican kids, white kids. We all hung out together. It was all good. But a couple of cities, it was like there wasn't really too many white kids in the neighborhood.
Well, and you know, Tupac, that's one of my main problems is you'll get in schools, even really rural, because like I said, I was in South Central Missouri at the time, and you still get, you know, foreign kids, let's say, that, you know, they don't know the language, they don't know the culture.
See, every time you say South Central, I think of South Central LA, South Central San Diego, which are bad neighborhoods.
It works. Honestly, it works in a lot of situations, which is surprising, but it seems like South Central is never a good place in any city.
Yeah, it's funny because, like,
you know, where I live, you know, and I remember as a kid, there was one time that I was accused of being racist. I can remember it fully well. There was this chick that I didn't like. She was a fucking cunt. And we're like in 7th grade. And I mean, she was a total fucking liberal bitch. She was a Karen. And her name was
Karen.
If I remember right, her name was Michiko Hoyt. And one time I was in an argument with her and I fucking told her to go back wherever the fuck she came from. And that sent me to the principal's office as if it was a hate crime. And it's like, no, that had nothing to do with her race. That had nothing to do with anything. I just want her to fucking leave and go back wherever the fuck she came from. I don't know where she came from. I know it wasn't from Japan. She spoke English well. And I was like, just, you know, it was not a race. And they tried hitting me with a racist type thing. And I'm like, no, fuck you. It wasn't anything racist. She's a fucking cunt, and I want her to leave. Go back wherever the fuck she came from.
So, do anybody know? Does anybody here know what sharps are?
What?
Sharps.
Yeah, you just fucking. I don't know what you're talking about. You ripped me out of my mindset.
Anybody know what sharps are? Anybody in chat? I don't think so.
Well, Robert, telling anybody to go back to wherever the fuck they came from has deep, like, racial connotations.
No, it wasn't. But it wasn't.
It kind of does. It kind of does.
Dude, I was like...
You tell me?
No, I was like 8 fucking years old. There was no racist connotation to it. Because I didn't give a fuck what race she was. It's just like, you know what, fucking cunt, you're disturbing everything that's going on in this school system. And specifically disturbing me in my position in the school system. Just go back where the fuck you came from. You know, just disappear. It was nuts.
All right, no, Maxwell. All right, so since nobody can guess it, it stands for Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice. So they showed up. I know we showed the video of the video that I was on MTV. My buddy's band.
Hold on, Tupac. How in the fuck can you have skinheads against racial prejudice? Because that's what they are.
No, not sharps. Sharps are skinheads against racial prejudice. Okay, so they showed up downtown San Diego to my buddy's show because they said my buddy's thing was a bunch of racists. So we ended up having to kick their asses. But a couple of our friends that were there with us were Black and Asian that were helping us out. Because they were like, oh, fine. It's all right that you guys aren't racist, but you guys are doing drugs. We were smoking some weed and shit. So
what the fuck does that have to do with anything?
They wanted to fight. So they got their asses kicked. It was like 20 of them and like 150 of us. It's like
You know,
People are stupid.
people
are
fuck.
absolutely stupid. We were at a party one time,
Well, people
and
think that
these
people-
guys showed up. These guys showed up that had jumped me in front of my house, and my brother and my buddy from the band and everybody fucking helped me out.
Yeah,
well, they showed up at this party that my buddy's band's playing at, and they're like, "Hey, you see those 5 guys in the back? You see them even come close to John? End them." And you see like 150 people look over at these 5 guys, and they're like waiting, waiting for him to make a move.
But that's the problem. It shouldn't be an aggressive move like that. It shouldn't have to be a fucking threat.
Oh, this is a week after 5 of them tried to beat the hell out of me.
You know, we're all human, and if we have the same points of view, we should be able to get along. There are some humans that have a really fucking skewed point of view that's not a safe point of view. And sometimes it winds up getting physical because of that, and it sucks because we shouldn't be like that. We're all human.
Some people wear blinders. They're like this. They can't see anything on the sides. They can only see what's directly in front of them.
Right. But we all have to accept that we're all fucking human. That's the basis. We're all fucking human beings. Doesn't matter what you look like. We're all human. What really matters.
Lovely girl got hit for hate. Lovely girl got hit for hate speech on Facebook.
No, Tupac. What really matters is our points of view. You know, if we can accept individuals as individuals, or are you only going to accept your own mindset and everybody else is either racist or fucking demonic or who knows what you want to come up with just because they don't fucking follow your point of view?
I
the
think
problem.
that it's okay to say, you know what, you don't fit our point of view as long as you're completely honest about it.
Well, right, but somebody shouldn't be.
But as long as it's not like, oh, you don't fit our point of view because you're black, or you don't fit our point of view because you're no. You know what? You just don't fit my point of view because I'm not meshing with you well. So maybe you shouldn't come around here no more. Like,
well, it shouldn't be
like people want to hate because want an excuse to hate on folks. And you're gonna hate.
That's what I think. I think people want an excuse to hate.
Yes,
everybody, but everybody has the right to oppose your opinion.
Yes.
You know, what we're talking about right now, these are all our own opinions. Yeah. And there are thousands of different variations of those opinions that different people have, and we have to accept them.
And you know the old saying, opinions are like assholes. We all have one.
Everybody's got one, and most of them stink.
Hey, Tupac, I think Dreadpool wants to come up.
Oh, shit, I have to do
this.
I can't do anything. My hands are tied.
That's on me. Sorry. I see two. I think sitting back. I see Dreadpool, and I see Gilbert. Oh, shit. Sorry.
You know, to be honest with you, you know how they say you know how they say the Arabs and the Jews are natural born enemies, so to speak. But it's funny because I have friends that are Jewish that treat me better than my own fucking family. So it's not always what people say or the stereotype is. It's all on an individual basis. Yeah. You know. I mean, like I said,
I used to talk to this Palestinian guy that owned the liquor store next to the apartments that I lived in.
My cousin, huh?
No, but he said he was actually a professor at one of the colleges in Israel, and that there are Palestinians that live in Israel.
Yeah,
have no problem and stuff. But he wanted to take his family away from that and bring them here. so that way they could go to any school they want. They can basically,
Tupac.
To be United States, you could be what you want to be.
Yeah,
Hey,
Tupac.
Tupac.
Let me
If that
check
guy's
the channel
if
right
that guy-
now. I've got Gilbert Rogers in the back.
I
I
think
just
you can only pull up 6.
Right. I want to make sure that all 6 that are up, like Dreadpool, are you here?
Hey,
You know,
Tupac, if
I
that
need to
guy,
make sure everybody's up here so that I can adjust the channel.
Yeah, Dreadpool's here. It's his volume's really low.
I'll get down.
I can't hear Dreadpool. No, we need you up here, Roseanne, because we need a woman's voice.
yeah, and I've been noticing.
We're saying if you think something that you need to jump in on, we need a woman up here as well.
And I've noticed that Roseanne, from the way she speaks, seems to be a very intelligent woman.
Yes, she's very intelligent, and that's why we can have a conversation with her.
All right.
Sometimes she gets a little bit.
Keep me on.
Sometimes she gets belligerent and won't let other people talk, but for the most part,
We're
great.
going in the trunk.
Don't push it, Raiders. Don't push it.
Yeah, lucky this is your stream. I'm not usually this nice.
Hey, Tupac,
Yeah.
if that guy is Palestinian and a Christian, more than likely he's related to me somehow.
All right, if I stay on, you guys have to help me study. How about that?
1 plus
I don't know.
1 is not always 2. Business
What?
economics 101.
Yeah, what are you studying, Roseanne?
Okay.
Law.
I'll ask y'all a question. You guys don't have to know it, but let's see if y'all can. Okay, so here's an example. Name the 5 places that a court gets laws from. Where they derive laws.
There was some kind of music in the background overtaking most of what you said.
There's 5 places that create laws or define laws.
Name the 5 sources of law that a court can use. And just name. There's 5 of them. Name.
Well,
let's
there's
see.
criminal law. There's criminal law. There's procedural law.
Okay, wait. So I'll put all of that under statutes, because statutes, it's one that can go under statutes.
Yeah, there's statutes, but yeah, I guess that criminal falls under that, and procedural in a way.
Business.
I would say federal, city. I would say federal, state, city, local ordinances.
Well, where does their laws come from? That would still be statutes. I think everybody's thinking still in one terms, but there are 5. Oh, okay. Maxwell got one. Constitution is another.
Constitutional is definitely a major factor. That
What was
most litigators
Criminal.
ignore.
Legislative.
They make statutes. That's statutes.
Oh.
Yes.
Criminal.
That's a statute. Maxwell got the second.
International.
Nope.
Wanga law. They got a whole book.
Maxwell, I would say administrative is going to go under statutes as well.
Now,
Regulations 311 says you should not screw over another Wanga.
yeah, fuck off, Jeff. Or Jose, rather. Damn you, Jose. You're fucking everything up.
This is why I'm a heating
I'm
contractor.
tired of it being so serious. I know I'm the one that stirred the pot and started shit, but now I want us to have a little bit of fun and laugh, because I'm tired of people arguing.
Come on, guys, y'all can do it. Just come up with 3 of the 5.
Just remember,
Roseanne's law.
Jeff,
I got 2 of them.
remember, there's a difference between an argument and an animated discussion. Most people get it confused.
Well, I mean, it was a good discussion. Don't get me wrong.
Exactly.
I love that we have the space to do so, and we can do so.
We can have an animated discussion, but that's different than an argument.
That's true.
An argument's like saying, "Motherfucker, I ordered a pizza. Why the fuck did you call back and tell them to put pineapples on the pizza?"
Ooh.
I like pineapple.
Don't hate on pineapple if you haven't tried
I
it.
like pineapple on my pizza.
Right?
Don't mind.
You get a good pizza. You get a good Hawaiian pizza. You gotta have pineapple on it. Otherwise, it just sucks.
Oh, Maxwell got a third.
Man, where's my other phone?
He's
Hold
like
on.
Google Maxwell.
That's jurisprudence. So when a judge actually interprets law, they are essentially making the law. So
Right,
whatever legal precedences in a case is, yeah,
Anthrax?
technically a law.
I am the law.
But that doesn't happen often, and some of those judges need to learn that they don't own the whole fucking courthouse. If they say something within their courtroom, it can be binding. But if it's outside of their courtroom, in the public access areas of the courthouse, they can't just order somebody to fucking leave. They don't have that authority because now they're in public space.
Are you challenging my
This is
authority?
very personal. Okay, Robert.
Respect my authority.
Did anyone get the personal Robert story? Okay,
I've
tell us
never
the story of the time you got kicked out of court, because that's what it sounded like.
Oh, no.
No.
It's not a personal Robert story. I have never been in any trouble with the law of any sort. My record is perfectly clean.
That's
I
awesome.
can pass, I have, and I can still pass a Department of Justice background check. I could be a fucking CIA agent if I wanted.
No, you
My
can't.
that clear.
No, you can't.
Probably not because of my
FBI, CIA, you can only have smoked weed 3 times, and we all know you've smoked weed more than 3 times.
Damn it! Come on, Tupac, don't fuck over my career.
You can't. Sorry. They make you take a lie detector test.
Well, yeah, but now most of the companies around the world are
Yeah, but
eliminating.
that's not FBI or CIA there, Robert. That's most of the companies around the world. That's FBI and CIA are not a company.
Well, fuck it. Then I'll do what the failed FBI agents and CIA agents did, and I'll just go join the TSA.
No, they become.
I want to be a cop, but I don't want to do anything. Let's join TSA.
Hey,
Right?
Ozzy Cologne said no. It's because of your mustache.
Ah,
He snapped.
no, you can't do that, Ozzy. It's too fucking sexy.
Wait, did Roseanne leave? Oh, never mind.
I mean,
All right, Roseanne, so
I got
how
people.
many-
Men,
do we just still have 2?
hey,
No, we all got 3.
I've got people, men and women, asking me for mustache rides.
Ooh, yuck.
Robert, don't do it, bro.
Yeah, I'd stay
No,
away
I'm
from
not
them
going.
dudes.
No, it's
I'd
yeah.
stay away
I'm
from
not,
the dudes.
I'm not interested. But if you watch, what was it that movie? Fucking the State Troopers movie. What was it? Super Troopers.
Super Troopers.
You'll
That's
understand
what I'm gonna do.
You watch Super Troopers. You'll understand the reference to mustache rides.
Wow.
William, you are right. Pizza is Italian, not Hawaiian.
Well, wait a minute. Is
Oh my God.
it Italian
Really,
or
William?
Italian?
That's Italian.
I believe it's Italian. I don't believe it's Italian. I think it's Italian.
Italiano.
Code 1427 says, "Thou shalt respect another man's pizza toppings."
Who said that? I don't see that in chat. That's great.
Oh, that came from me.
You saw William had one earlier. If you scroll back up a little bit, he said something about the
Waka code 74B.
Yeah.
Who cares what William has to say? He's not in here on chat.
Waka code 74B says, "Thou shalt not disrespect another Wanga."
Am I still blank on the screen?
Yes,
You
you
see
are,
me?
Moonhood.
Yes, JJ, we can't see anything in our camera. We can hear you just fine. We just can't see you.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with this then. I can see myself on it. I can see y'all.
And we can see Roseanne. We just can't hear her because she's not talking.
Yeah.
Oh, are y'all ready for another question or something? I have questions.
No, but you can jump in at any time.
Roseanne's waiting for us to answer the rest of her riddle.
No, I'm actually really impressed with the 3 out of 5.
Really?
Well, Maxwell gets credit because he actually came up with 2 of those. So,
What was the question?
what are the 5 sources of law?
The person with the biggest gun.
Hold on, the 5 sources.
That's
Do we have a problem?
Hey, Roseanne, the 5 sources. What?
Bro. The 5 sources of
Statutory, administrative, court, interpretation for clarity.
Hey, let her talk, please. That's 2 or 3 times now she's tried to say that, and you guys have been interrupting.
We heard what she said. The 5 things.
I did. Kind of said like the powers of long.
Exactly.
Exactly.
The powers of schlong.
Hey, you guys are fucking talking over her. I can't hear what she's saying.
All right.
Oh my goodness. I think she even put it in chat.
I didn't see it. I'll look.
Roseanne, so was I right? You got constitutional law and federal statutes, history of American common law, statutory law and private action, administrative laws, and court interpretation for clarity.
That's a good one. The court interpretation. That's a good one to think about.
So there's 10 different ways you could take the. So in other words, there's 10 different ways you could take the word "fuck you."
Yeah.
And just remember, overall, I reserve the right to fuck you up.
Well, hey, let me just say this before Roseanne explains the laws that she was talking about. I just want to say when you're in a interaction with a law enforcement officer, let's say you want to call him a prick. You can't call him a prick directly, but you can say, I think you're a prick. And you are entitled to your own opinion. As long as you say, I think you're this or that, there's not a fucking thing a cop in the nation can do.
I honestly thought you were about to guess the 4th one. You were very close, and that was going to be the hardest one.
No, I'm gonna allow other people to guess it, and I'm gonna allow you to play your game.
Robert, I actually asked the cop, how many times were you dropped on your fucking head?
He doesn't know.
I can't remember.
He's dropped too many times on his head.
Dude, how many times? He asked me the same question 3 times. And he tried asking the same question 3 times in 3 different ways. And I asked him, dude, how many times were you dropped on your fucking head? It's the same answer for all 3 questions.
Tupac, unfortunately, I wasn't dropped on my head. I had some massive fucking seizures.
No, he's talking about the cop that asked him the same question 3 times.
I asked the cop one day, how many times were you dropped on your head?
Ah.
He asked him the same question, but 3 different ways.
I bet he really appreciated that comment.
Yeah, the more I talk, the more tickets you wrote. I ripped them up in front of him. He wrote another one, and I ripped it up. We can't do shit.
Nice.
That was way before I had kids, and it was crazy, you know.
So would that be like traffic laws?
Yeah.
Roseanne?
But no, not traffic laws. I almost thought he was going to say it, but okay, so y'all aren't going to guess this one. This one's kind of hard, but regulations. And it's like the whole how Miranda rights came about. It's not necessarily that they are a right afforded to us or like actually they're written in law, but a court has already determined that one cannot be expected to understand their rights naturally. So now it became like a regulation in a sense to, hey, you have the right to remain silent, blah, blah, blah. So regulations are also part of the sources of law.
Yes, they are. But most of them, you know, you're talking mostly common law. Stuff that people commonly know as what the law is.
Common law is common law is a very broad term, but if you're talking about like cases of jurisprudence where it's a court, either it's opinion based, like you guys meet up, it's multiple judges are involved, they come to a determination where they are like, this is how we think our founding fathers interpreted something. So that's what common law is based on.
How about case law?
That is where a lot of issues can come up because it's in a lot of aspects. You're interpreting.
I already got that one. I already got cases of jurisprudence is already on the list. There's one more, guys, and this one y'all should get. There's one more.
Hold on. Here's an issue: is that people will try to hold on to jurisprudence when they are the new people in charge of interpreting that law. And they go by jurisprudence and they reinterpret the law the same way as the last time the law was interpreted. And that's wrong. It's like you've got your own choice now to reinterpret the law the way you want it, to recreate the jurisprudence of that law. And they keep looking back at the laws that have previously been passed rather than fucking throwing a set of balls and doing a law the way they feel it should be done. They just refer back to the old laws.
That's what you're supposed to do. It's about creating a precedent. So whatever that initial determination was, future judges are supposed to follow in that.
Well, right. And I kind of disagree with that. Because you get a judgment in 1850, and now that's the pre-jurisprudence or whatever that you have to follow in 19 or the 20th century. You have, because a court case was voted one way back in 1850, that created jurisprudence, and I don't agree with that.
Well, okay, this stuff happens in an appeals court. Okay, let me explain this. Stuff like that is going to happen in an appeals court. Anytime you have, if you're in a situation where a judge can determine like what they think an opinion is going to be on, it's going to be in an appeals court. An appeals court does not deal with what the facts of the cases are. So you're never going to have a situation where you have the same case churn up. It should not have gone to that point. Well, an appeals court does not deal with a fact of a case.
Exactly. When it comes to that appeals court, then they're basically voting or basing everything off of jurisprudence. What has been prejudged in the past in a similar situation. But no situation is the same as another one. You know, there's always little nuances.
So you got the U.S. Constitution. You got the
jurisprudence.
We need to go back to just constitutionality. We were
never that.
No, our nation. Nation.
Hold on.
Our nation started on
one, right, Mufid?
What?
Hold on. Our nation was started on being a constitutional republic. We have a constitution. We are a republic. Those two different things need to be pressed. People need to understand what they mean. We are a constitutional republic. This is not a democracy. This is not an autocracy. We're not socialists. We're not fucking communists. We are supposed to be
America.
Yeah, it's
America.
a complete setup, and people try to force us into these different setups. It's like, no, we are a constitutional republic. That is different than any other government in the world.
All right,
And
Roseanne.
People try to force us into these other credentials as a democracy or this or that, and we're not. It's a constitutional republic. People need to fucking remember that. Our Constitution is the absolute defining document of our nation. Go ahead.
Roseanne, you said one of them was the U.S. Constitution, right? The
Yep.
other was statutes, common law,
No,
and administrative law.
no.
Wait, what were the other ones you said?
Constitution, statutes, regulation, and regulation is I gave the Miranda rights example, where it's more or less like an expectation. So the Miranda rights and what's the in cases of jurisprudence, ones that are based on the way they're interpreting past judges to have ruled on.
So when you say Constitution,
so
when you say Constitution, are you saying the U.S. Constitution or the state Constitution?
Either one. Either one. The question is super broad. It's just where is
Robert, there's two people in the basement.
Where is
Okay.
it possible for laws to come from?
I don't know if I can bring them up. I don't have many spots.
I'll make it easier. Just think about it in a federal term. Think of the federal constitution, our one constitution.
I've been trying to add Gilbert Roberts and Dreadpool to the stream for a long time. Oh, Gilbert. Now we got Gilbert Roberts. Sorry,
Hello,
Dreadpool.
Mr. Gilbert.
How are you all?
We're still
you
here.
doing?
You got case or common law. You got
I thought you guys would get the only one y'all are missing. I thought y'all would get that quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're missing, Roseanne. Tell us.
Y'all ready?
Moral law.
Executive orders are the fifth place a law can be derived.
I give up. I'm throwing the fucking phone. I'm throwing Google out the window.
This thing says,
Motherfucking windows.
this thing says United States Constitution,
Hold on.
state constitution, federal and state statutes, common law, case law, and administrative law.
Yes,
Let me
federal
catch your case.
Those are
federal
where
law.
laws exist. I said, where can laws be derived from?
Federal law still cannot supersede state law, even
It
though they're
says
trying
the
to.
primary sources of law in the United States are the United States Constitution, state constitutions, federal and state statutes, common law, case law, and administrative law.
Exactly. What you
Those are
said
the
there.
5 sources.
No, what you said there is exactly right. We have our Constitution, and then next to the Constitution is state law. Federal law cannot supersede state law. States have their own fucking autonomy.
Those are, at the end of the day, those are all written laws, whether it's federal,
Written law.
state, whatever level. So those are all, I'm just saying, under my list, it goes under statutes. Those are all
Don't
going to be
say,
statutes.
don't say that they're old and outdated and that they no longer mean anything. Because that is what our fucking nation is built on, is those laws. They are not outdated. They will never be outdated because that is what our nation is.
Who said they're outdated?
No, not outdated. It's just
Everybody that is against those laws are saying they're outdated. That we need to open our fucking borders. That we need to just let everybody in that wants to come in.
What are you talking about? I'm so confused.
How are you confused? In what way?
You said that we don't care about our laws.
Yes, the United States Constitution and the Bill of Rights is absolutely being fucking destroyed right now. We don't have it.
Well,
We don't have our First and Second Amendment rights anymore. None of that. They're outlawing all of it, and you know they are. And that's why you really can't come back against that, because you know they're fucking destroying our First and Second Amendment rights. We don't no longer have a right to keep and bear arms. They're trying to destroy every fucking aspect of it. We don't have a right to free speech, right to freedom of religion, right to freedom of press, which is the First Amendment fucking right. They are constantly arresting journalists because those journalists are conservative and they have a different point of view than the mainstream narrative. So they're getting fucking arrested. Tons of people are. Our gun rights are getting fucking destroyed. We were meant to have the same firearm capability as the military. And honestly, they keep trying to destroy and remove our right to own an AR-15. I'm sorry, an AR-15 was never a military rifle except for in Vietnam. That's the only time the AR-15 was ever used in actual combat, was in Vietnam.
And look at the statistics. More people, if you look at the statistics,
I take a 1022 Ruger, a semi-automatic 1022 Ruger, and I put the different stock on it. Now it's considered a fucking assault rifle because it looks scary.
Well, it's like, look at the statistics. More people are killed by handguns than machine guns.
Oh, yeah. Because machine guns have always been outlawed to the public. If somebody gets a fucking machine gun, it's illegal. You have to have a Class 3 federal firearms license in order to own a fully automatic weapon. Or to transfer possession of a fully automatic weapon, you have to pass the test and have a Class 3 license. It's extremely regulated. These fucking people that are causing these crimes, that are making these firearms look bad, they're not fucking following the rules. They're not following the laws. They are acquiring those outside of the law.
But you see, machine guns weren't always regulated. Machine guns weren't always regulated.
No, they're not. And I mean, there was a machine gun basically, not quite a patent like we have today, but there was a more or less a patent for a machine gun back in the fucking 1400s. You know, these people are fucking nuts.
It's 4:20. I'll be right back.
Well, to be honest with you, guns don't kill people. Guns are an inanimate product.
Exactly.
Objects.
Yeah. They'll use
people
a fucking hammer.
People are the one that kill people with the gun.
Yeah, people. They'll use a hammer. They'll use a fucking machete. They don't care.
Yep.
You know, and that's like recently, somewhere in like London, I think it was, they outlawed butcher knives. Because too many people were getting fucking stabbed to death. And it's like, look, it's not the object that is used. It's not the gun. It's not the knife. You shouldn't go after the firearms manufacturer. And that's what they're literally doing. They're saying, okay, well, Smith & Wesson, you sold this gun. And this gun was used in a violent crime and it murdered somebody. So now Smith & Wesson is guilty of murder. No, fuck that. The person that pulled the fucking trigger is guilty of murder. Smith & Wesson had nothing to fucking do with it.
Exactly. I agree with you on that one. But you gotta realize something. I agree. I'm one to agree, to disagree, and I disagree when I agree. So.
No, exactly. That's why I love us being able to have.
Gilbert Rogers. I see his reaction. He's just like, "What the fuck?" That he laughed.
I can't see chat right now.
There was an MP. There was an MP over east of London 3 days ago, stabbed to death with a knife.
Yep. I think London right now has the highest stabbing death rate in the world. You know, it's not about the weapon. If somebody's wanting to commit a crime like that and trying to kill people, they're going to do it, and there's no fucking law you can pass that's going to stop them from doing it. Most of these crimes that are happening in America are not registered guns. They are illegally owned by the person that is utilizing them. And I don't care how many fucking laws you pass, you're not going to end it.
Nope.
All you're doing is trying to prevent people that can legally protect themselves and legally own those firearms. You're trying to cut down their access to them. And that's fucked up. Because the cops, as much as they're defunding the police now, and cops have to be fucking vaccinated, guess what? Those police precincts are dropping about 50% on their actual active officers. Because the people are like, fuck you, we're not doing stupid shit.
A couple of my friends actually put their papers in for retirement because they're that exact situation, and people are at the point where, like in Chicago right now, they're basically not locking people up anymore. Basically, they're like,
you can get away
they don't
with
give a fuck no more. So what's the sense of being a cop if you can't do your? Yeah, what's the sense of being a cop if you can't arrest somebody and they're basically gonna? There's no they're gonna just be basically a slap on the wrist, or they're gonna walk free. So the cops are like, man, fuck this shit. I'm wasting my time being a cop.
You got to remember, JJ, there's the other aspect of it. Either it's going to be a slap on the wrist or nothing, or the officer themselves are going to be indicted on some bullshit charge.
Or sued. Yep. Sued in incapacity.
That's the fucking problem right now. The cops have absolutely no authority over anything right now, and it's fucking disgusting.
You questioning my authority?
No, it's to the point, unfortunately, that it's going to make just average citizens go violent and be police. And it's going to be average citizens going into a Walgreens trying to get some medication or something, and they're going to see somebody looting the place, and they're going to fucking doing something about it.
Like my dad used to say, I'm a dying man anyways. Fuck it. I'm going to take somebody with me.
But that's the problem, is the nation is pushing to that point, and that's not a good thing, because we should love each other as fellow human beings and as fellow Americans. It shouldn't come to that point, and it's unfortunately the government is trying to push it to that point.
That's what the New World Order wants. They want us to fight.
Yeah.
They want us to revolt. They've been doing this for 200 years.
Yes.
Yeah, but you see, they're trying to force a race war on us, but it's going to turn out to be the opposite of what they expected. It's going to be a class war.
I believe so. They're trying to.
It's the elites that are all trying to fucking push this shit, and they're going to find out they're on the wrong end of the stick.
Yeah,
this is a boomerang year. This is actually gematria shows in the Jewish calendar that this is a boomerang year. Everything's going to go back in their face.
Is that one thing we can probably leave out of it is religion? I know some of it does fall into it.
No, that's not religion. That's truth.
Well, no, that's not truth. That's the Jewish calendar, their prediction. That's not.
No. It's not a Jewish calendar or a Jewish prediction. It's just the gematria, the numbers.
No,
there's numbers. There's numbers in everything. Every particle in the universe has a number.
Right. Everything has numbers, but again, mankind can manipulate those numbers to make you think what they want you to think. I don't agree.
Like the number 3?
I think that those numerology and shit like that, it's all
No,
interpretation,
not numerology, gematria.
but it still falls along the same lines.
No, it doesn't. I agree to disagree. I agree with JJ.
Shalom. How are you?
Cali Jose, family.
But no, that's
I'm still here.
is we can
I heard
have
the bites.
we can disagree on our interpretations and still be friends at the end of the day. And that's the problem with most Americans or most people in the world right now, is they can't agree to disagree and say, yeah, okay, you've got your opinion, I've got my opinion. We'll agree
No, I
to
care about
disagree.
you guys too much. As long as we can agree that, we're just not going to tolerate fucked up shit, and that we're all on the same page. It's all good.
Well, we are. That's the thing. We are all on the same page. We just have slightly different versions of the page that we're on. We see it from different angles. And that's fully acceptable, as long as everybody is still on the same page.
Roseanne,
in the long run.
We just came out of a deep dive. Let's not go into another one.
Wait, what's Roseanne saying? Hold on.
She wants to get into no. We're not going to talk about it.
Hey,
you know what?
My channel.
I'll start. I'll kick it off.
My channel.
We as Americans. I think we as Americans should be able to own any firearm for our own protection. Now, if that person decides to do something malicious or fucked up or terroristic, then the motherfucker deserves a bullet in their fucking brain.
Okay.
But if you have it for self-defense or for home defense or for hunting, that should be, it should be all good.
Well, JJ, here's the thing. We've got the issue of people that have committed federal crimes. We've got felons.
Yeah.
Who are prohibited from owning most firearms because they are felons. But what most people that have a felony don't realize is they can still legally own and use black powder firearms for hunting purposes. They can't, the government tries and tries any chance they get to remove our rights to own firearms. But even felons, they can't prevent you from owning a black powder and using it. Most felons don't know that because they hide it.
Well, education is a beautiful thing.
Yes, it is. But how many... Have you ever seen a high school that's going to tell a high school class that if you're a felon, you can still own a black powder and use it? They're not going to tell people.
I'm not.
I'm going to go to a pawn shop and see if I can find a musket.
Yeah, no, anything. If it's black powder, single shot black powder, you can fucking... But even...
come on, man. You trying to get me in trouble, bro? I'm an Arab. They're not gonna let me nowhere near no fucking gunpowder, bro. You kidding me?
A six shot revolver that's black powder is still also allowed even to a felon. Because they're antique firearm technology type shit.
Oh.
They can't it's too set into the laws that they still can't eliminate it fully. Thank God for our Second Amendment. That's the only thing that's saving our nation right now. And most of these people, and it really pisses me off every time there's an argument or something come up about the Second Amendment, and you get these fucking leftards trying to argue about hunting. It's like the Second Amendment had nothing to do with fucking hunting. The Second Amendment is all about 100% a tyrannical government and the people's right to fight back against that tyrannical government. And they were meant to have every arms that the tyrannical government had.
Now look what happened. Look what happened January 6th when people actually did that. And now they're domestic.
You had a bunch of fucking old women and disgruntled men having a protest. Sure, they shouldn't have done the damage that they did to the buildings. You know, that was out of line. But that was actually.
Well, wait a minute.
The only person killed was a female veteran that was unarmed and shot by a black guy that was hiding behind a fucking wall.
All right, let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let me spin this a different way. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Those people that were there on January 6th and did what they did, isn't that what we did back in the day when we voted against the British, the king?
To an extent, but not really. It was partially there, but nowhere near that extent.
Now, what happens when our government gets out of control? Don't we have the right to remove them?
Exactly, and that's the whole point. Is our government was set up that way. When they become tyrannical, dictatorial, whatever, the public has the right, and that is one of the first rights that we have, is to say, no, you're fucking out of line, and we disagree with it.
No, Roseanne, 2 people died. The girl that got shot and the police officer that had the heart attack.
That cop, but that cop died like 4 days later.
And he had a heart attack.
It was fucked up.
Yeah.
I mean,
it had nothing to do with what happened on January 6th. They tried saying that somebody hit him in the head with a fucking fire extinguisher, and that's what killed him, and it was absolute bullshit. He more or less died from the tear gas and shit that their own side was putting out there.
And if you think, I guarantee you 80% of those people there are, say 75% are NRA people. If they were armed, they could have did whatever they wanted.
Oh, most of them were probably armed.
No. Yep. If they were armed, they would have took over the whole fucking place.
No, they wouldn't have.
They didn't have enough cops to stop fucking 50 people.
Yeah, but that's
cops,
not the point.
If you look at the footage in front of the fucking house, in front of the Congress, the cops actually moved the barricades to let the people go through.
They did. Well, Tupac. That's what I'm saying. Those people, there was plenty of people there that were armed. They were just concealed carry.
If 80% of those people were armed, they would have took over Washington at that point.
No.
You don't
because
think so?
Hold on, no, because you're thinking of them having the wrong mindset. That's not,
like I said, if they wanted to take over the Capitol at that time, there would have been no problem. Over half of them are ex-military.
No, on that point of view, yes. Had that group of people,
if they wanted to, they could have took over Washington.
Absolutely, 100%. Absolutely,
no problem.
I agree, 100%. It's just we are human beings. We don't want a bloody conflict. We want our voices to be heard, just like everybody else does. And the mainstream media tried saying that we were fucking terrorists and trying to overthrow everything. No. We're dissatisfied, and we have a protected right to stand up and say, hey, we're fucking dissatisfied, and we ain't putting up with it. And now we're labeled as terrorists?
Anytime you go against the grain, you're going to be... Anytime you go against the grain, you're going to be called something.
Exactly, but that's one of our first, most protected rights, is the right to say, fuck you, government. You're not saying what we want said. You are not representing us. You're representing yourselves. You know, that's our most sacred right, is to stand up to the fucking government and say, no, quit taking your fucking handouts and your payouts from China for pharmaceutical companies. You're representing us. And that's our right. That's our most basic right as Americans, is to stand up to the government and say, fuck you, you're not representing us. That's what America was based on, is telling the government, fuck you. It was. Think about it.
You ain't reading chat, man.
No, I'm not. I'm fucking just saying what needs to be said.
I'm laughing at the chat.
I haven't watched it. Y'all will have to inform me. Dreadful, there's no question about AOC being the dumbest bitch alive. I mean, shit, she fucking married her brother to try to get him citizenship. I mean, how are they not arresting that bitch? Yeah, I can't even read chat right now. Otherwise, I'll probably go really off.
There was no breaking damage, Gilbert, but there was actual damage. People broke into people's offices, took shit down.
The guy I love the most, the guy that I love the most out of all of them was that motherfucker
dude with the horns
on Pelosi's desk with his feet up.
Now, again, that was a very limited amount of people, and there's already been proved to be more or less government paid Antifa within that crowd trying to instigate shit. You know, I don't agree with a lot of the stuff that happened there, but that is a government, that is our building. That is the house of the people. We pay for all of that.
Yep.
We have a fucking right to be there. You know, there's other things, like they said, okay, interrupting a government procedure. You know, there's all this other bullshit they tried coming up with. But then you've got people like AOC trying to come out on all social media, acting like she was afraid for her life and all this other bullshit. The fucking bitch was 300 yards away in a different building. And she's trying to claim like those fucking people on January 6th were literally trying to murder her. She wasn't even in that fucking building. Where has that been fact checked?
Well, I'm not defending it. I think it was fucked up what happened. But at the same time, Tupac was right. If they wanted to and they had the right mindset, they could easily fucking slaughter everybody in that bitch.
Well, right. But it was justified what those people were doing. In my opinion, they were fully justified.
I could be wrong. Now I could be wrong, but
now, I disagree.
I don't remember them trying to burn down the church right next to the White House or anything. Or
Black Lives Matter and Antifa, they can fucking burn down federal buildings with employees still inside, and it's a mostly peaceful protest.
Yeah, that's what I love.
But if you're mostly peaceful,
if you're most blocks on fire, but it was peaceful.
Yeah, I didn't see any fires set, and the few bombs or whatever they found were proven to be set by either Antifa or government individuals, and it's a proven fucking fact.
Oh, we got a little silver at this one.
This is fun.
I see silver there. I see silver there. Right there. That might be silver.
Hey, we've got Candy Hall in here even. Hello, Candy. Love you, darling.
Hi, Candy. I see silver.
Is that my roll or something?
No, I'm looking for garage sales tomorrow.
Ah. I bet I got more garage sales here than you do.
I bet you do too.
Fucking garage sales everywhere here. Yeah, Tupac really tripped out. We looked up on Craigslist, found like maybe 5 garage sales to look up. And on our way to the first garage sale, we saw 40.
Look at all that silver. Most of it's probably going to be plated. What time is this thing open? What time are you open, damn it?
How fucking long have we been on? Oh, shit. Over 3 hours.
7 a.m.? Oh, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah, it's only 2:22 where I am. I wouldn't be getting up at 7 right now to go to a yard sale. No way. Yeah, I love the girl. I love flea markets. Flea markets are off.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna get a deal at a flea market. Yeah.
Well, at the one flea market I used to go to, I had a lady that dealt basically in jewelry, and she had a sister that did it in, I think, another state. But I bought a lot of ivory off of that lady. You know, she'd give me a decent deal on it, and I'd buy it off of her. And actually, at one point in time, her sister gave me an item, which was a set of jade elephant cufflinks. The one elephant still had the tusks, the ivory tusks. The other elephant didn't have its ivory tusks anymore. But yeah,
hey, what is Maxwell Silverhammer? I'm sorry. What is Maxwell Silverhammer keep talking about? Fuck snacks. What happened?
Something I don't know.
For the longest time, he was hitting up Snacks about his hobo dollar, and he he had donated a bunch of money, and they had sent him a bunch of stuff. And then Snacks is like, "Yeah, I need the verification on your address or something." And it turned out that he sent it to Maxwell Silver or something else. I've only seen the guy like a few times, and he had gotten it and sent it back. And then it still took him like 3 weeks to be like, "Oh yeah, we got this for you." And as soon as he saw it, he was like, "Dude, give it away at the end of the stream." He's like, I don't even care anymore.
Right? Sometimes you just get fucking frustrated. And yeah, that's one of those channels I've had some issues with, and that's why I really don't go there anymore.
It's like Jose's baseball glove coin thing.
Well, yeah. I've heard about that one too, and I don't know how to respond to that one.
I have no clue about that.
You know, I was a mod on that channel for over 2 years. And just recently I've been, you know, not necessarily visiting the channel very much. You know, there's so many other channels out there to watch and try to support. And I lost my mod position because of that. But honestly, I really didn't care because I was ready to relinquish my mod position when they kept changing the fucking rules depending on who was in chat. Like, oh, well, this person's buying a lot of stuff, so I don't care if they cuss in chat. It's like, hey, this is supposed to be family friendly. And it's like, yeah, well, you know, they do this or that. And it's like, you know, you can't have people modding a channel when you change the rules on a whim according to your own wishes and don't notify your mods. Because then they don't know the rules and they'll try to enforce the rules that they know. And now all of a sudden they're a pariah. You're going to talk shit about them because they're trying to enforce the fucking rules. Like, you shouldn't have changed them last night without telling anybody. So yeah, there's been a couple of channels that I've had to quit watching more or less because of that.
Oh, that's fucked up.
You know, and I probably mod on over 20 channels, and it's a shame because I can't even remember how many different channels I'm a mod on at this point because I'm on so many of them. But
So, well, you know how you find out? You know how you find out?
I show up in chat.
Show up in chat and see if you're a Smurf.
Exactly. No, I show up in chat. It's like, hey, I want to see what this person's doing, and I show up. I'm like, wow, I'm blue. I'm a mod here. Cool.
Good night, Roseanne.
But it's, you know, it's really sad when you've got channels.
Roseanne.
When you have watched for years. Good night, Roseanne. But you've watched channels for years. And because you're not regularly there and regularly paying into their games, you know, they don't care about you. They don't give a shit. All they care about is paying into their games.
Yep. I sent them a few emails myself and never even, not once got a response. And all I got was, oh, I haven't checked my emails. Well, what kind of shit is that?
Right? But, you know, then there's people that I try to focus on. You know, like,
you're promoting something, people are paying, and
like, look at Tupac and look at Tupac and Mad Stacker. They're gonna give you at least 50% of what you paid in. You know, you buy 5 rolls, you're gonna get at least 10 rolls worth of silk. You know, they're gonna make sure everybody's getting a fair deal. But then there's other people that don't give a fuck.
Basement. Dreadpool.
Oh, sorry. Well, I have 6 people up already. I can't pull anybody.
No, you don't. You got 4. Where do you see 6? There's only 4 of us.
4 of us.
I see it on my screen, so I'll try to go back to guests.
Yeah, there's a couple streams I don't fuck with no more, just for the simple way that the way they handled me, or they tried handling me. So
yeah,
it's their loss, not mine. I can give 2 fucks.
When I started seeing channels that, well, after my PSA, that were still supporting Number One Thug Stacker, having them in as a paid member or as a mod, I'm fucking unsubscribing from those channels. It's like, you know what? Either you guys are family or you're not. You know, we all talk about family, and it's like, if somebody's screwing over the family, but you're still supporting them because you haven't been screwed over yet, fuck you.
Yep.
Yeah. There's an old saying, if they come for you in the morning, they're going to come for you in the night.
You know? And I got my pistols ready for that shit. Come on, bring that shit.
I don't give a shit.
I wish the motherfucker would.
We got to stick together.
You already know that they've been fucking over everybody in the community, and you're going to still keep them in your channel and as a participant, as a mod, because they haven't fucked you over yet. You know, fuck you. You're not part of the community. You're all in it for yourself. You're just a fucking greedy bastard. That's it.
Yeah.
Yep, I've noticed that with a few channels.
And that's my opinion. I'm going to stick to it, and I don't give a fuck who it pisses off. You know, either you're for the family or you're not. Either you're fucking greedy.
Let me ask you a question. I'm going to change the subject for a minute. Let me ask you guys a question. I was on Jeff Crumpler's auction earlier, and I stated this earlier. 2 things that happened to me today was that Karen, the old lady with the lines, the cashier, and it's funny. Right after when I walked out of that grocery store, I'm walking to my car, and when I'm walking out to my car, I hear a violin playing, and I look to my left.
You told us that story earlier.
Who's this?
How about the violin?
Yeah.
Oh, is that you guys?
Yeah. No, I heard you tell us that story earlier, and you took them in, the family in, and you bought them $100+ worth of groceries and, you know, necessities like baby diapers and shit.
Yeah, but I was on Jeff Crumpler's when I said that, right? Or am I fucked up and not know where the fuck I was at when I was saying this?
You might have been on Jeff Crumpler's when
Yeah,
you
you
were
might have
saying.
been on Jeff Cutler because you did say it on here, unless I missed it when I smoked the bowl.
No, I think I was on Jeff Crumpler's earlier today.
Yeah, that's probably when you told it. I don't think you told it here, so go ahead, Moofy.
Hey, Robert, you gonna bring Dreadpool up, or is he gonna sit in the basement forever?
It's full. It won't let
There's
me bring
4
anybody
people on the panel. It's
I
me,
see.
you, Jose, and JJ. That's it. You need
Okay,
to refresh your stream.
hold on. Well, maybe I do because I see myself, you, JJ. I still see Gilbert. I still see Jose. And
I'm still here.
Yep.
there's another stream that's I can't tell what it is.
It was probably Roseanne's chair, but she already went to bed. She left a while ago.
He's gone.
How in the fuck do I refresh?
Leave the
From my-
studio and then come back.
Okay.
He gone.
He'll be back. I hope.
Wow.
No, he's gonna let him back up.
Poor Dreadpool's been in the basement for a while. He was
Yeah.
on punishment or something.
He's like, why am I in basement jail?
Man, I got nothing to do tomorrow. Take my girl out for her birthday. Come home and smash. Get lit.
Welcome
Feels
back.
good not to
Hey, I'm back.
Look
Only
at this
4 of
guy.
us now, huh?
Say what?
Only 4 of us now, huh?
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay.
Dreadpool.
Now let's try to bring some of the people up that are in the background.
Las
Because
personas.
there's more than one.
I just see
Gilbert said you knocked him out.
Hi, Dreadpool.
Yeah, I
how's
just
it going?
Hey, Dreadpool.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. How's it going?
Going good.
That's good.
Oh, this one starts at 8. That's more around my level.
Hey,
Earlier when I was trying to come up, I had a story I was gonna tell. It's not really relevant anymore, but
Yeah, we don't care. Tell it.
a while back, somebody I used to work with in Atlanta, Georgia, a black guy, on my Facebook I had posted a picture of a girl standing up holding her hand over her heart during the national anthem that said stand up for what you believe in. So I was like, okay, yeah, I share that because I think you should stand for the national anthem. And
Yes, sir.
Well, see,
I
stand for the national anthem, but I don't pledge. I don't place my hand over my heart. I stand out of respect, but
okay,
I'm one of those that I won't pledge allegiance, but I will stand out of respect for those that have lost their lives.
but it said, stand up for what you believe in. So I believe in that, so I shared it. Well, this guy came at me like, do you know how disrespectful that is? Like, he's talking a bunch of shit, like acting like I was just following the crowd. Like, and then the next day, a black friend of mine, actually, like a guy I consider my brother, like more than my own brother, had shared this thing. It was a black guy and a white guy fist bumping, and it said, basically, we need to stick together because the government's trying to pit us against each other for all intents and purposes. And he came at me again. He was like, so first you share this and now you share that. Like, so basically, he ended up saying that I'm a coward. And, well, he actually said, you're a coward. And he was accusing me of being racist. And I'm literally one of the least racist people you'll ever meet. Like, I've had black friends, I've had black people that I consider blood. Like, you know, it's just about what kind of person you are. So this guy was just calling me out on my own Facebook page, calling me a coward and that I should stand up for what I believe in. I was like, well, I kind of figured by sharing this, I was, showing you what I believe in. And just because it's not what you believe in doesn't make it any less right. Like, basically, you're saying stand up for what you believe in as long as it goes along with what I believe in. And he got all pissy, and that's when he called me a coward. And then I had another white friend come up behind him and was like, "Yeah, you need to knock that shit off, John. Like, you don't understand what they're going through or what they've been through." And like, I was just like, "Wow, like, you guys really think that low of me? Like, that you really think I'm racist?" Like, pretty much every single friend I had in Atlanta was black. Like, so I just didn't understand why he would come on my page and just outright be like, "Yeah, you're a coward and you're racist." And he was trying to start a fight where there wasn't supposed to be one. When I saw that post about those two guys fist bumping, I considered that a show of unity. Like, we need to, be united. We don't need to say black or white. We don't need, that divide. And so that guy got in. Another guy, one of his black buddies, tagged him and was like, "Yeah, you know this and this. Like, back me up." The other black buddy who he tagged was like, "I don't know why the fuck you're tagging me. Like, that ain't what I stand for. Shit." And it just astounded me, like, how people will go out of their way to cause a problem when there's not one there, Like, but the reason I mentioned it was because of what you were saying earlier about the um one race talking that they can't understand another person's point of view because they're a different race. Like, that's what my one supposed buddy was like. "Yeah, you don't understand what they've been through. Like, you can't talk like that." I'm like, I can't stand for what I believe in. Like, since when? Like, but anyway, I know that was a kind of delayed from what we were talking about, but I'm done.
I got addresses for tomorrow.
But do you guys get what I'm coming from?
Yep. Okay. Addresses.
Oh, yeah.
Robert, are you frozen? I think he's frozen in time. Either that or he doesn't blink anymore. Oh my God, blink.
Oh my God, he doesn't blink.
Please,
let's do a staring contest with him.
Do not get in the staring contest right now with Robert.
I lost. Dang.
You will not win.
You will not win.
Dude, I know how disrespectful this is.
You will be missed.
But one time at church, me and one of the other altar boys.
Hey, now.
Yes, you're blinking now. That's good.
Yeah.
Okay,
You were
well,
scaring us.
well, Tupac, or sorry, not Tupac, but shit, Dreadpool, you went a little far, without letting other people have a chance to speak.
What do you mean?
I was trying to speak, but it was my camera's fault, not your fault.
Oh, well, yeah, nobody was saying anything. Otherwise, I would have shut up.
No, I've been saying shit for a long time. Just nobody can hear me.
Yeah, your camera was off, and your
Yeah, I'm
volume
sorry.
was off.
I
didn't.
don't know what happened there, but yeah, that was. In some ways, you went a little far. There was a lot of things I wanted to say, but now it's irrelevant, basically, because it's too late, and I can't remember what I was trying to say in rebuttal to things that you were saying.
Okay.
You don't have to rebut everybody, Robert.
Well, I'm sorry.
No, that's all. No, sometimes it needs to be rebutted. We need to have a conversation. Everybody has their opinions, but we need to have a chance to counteract somebody's opinion and state our own opinions. It was not Dreadpool's fault this time because I wasn't working. Something was fucked up with my equipment.
It wasn't working.
Yeah, but we need to discuss these subjects, and we need to have them as an adult discussion. Not it's like, oh well, that offends my opinions. Well, opinions aren't facts. That's. I'm sorry to offend you, but reality is this way. It's a proven scientific fact. And I think we need to have animated discussions about that, because even if it's a proven scientific fact, doesn't mean that it can't be changed. Science is evolving. It's ever evolving. There is never any really true proof. It's like, this is what it is. It's like, no, that's always up to interpretation. That's always up to new research. And that's one of the great things about science. But when certain people are completely fucking ignorant of science and they think opinion and feelings is what matters, it's like, no, your opinions and feelings do not trump science.
It just made me remind me of that song, Feelings. Nothing comes to feelings.
Hey, fuck it. If you want to play it, play it. I don't give a shit.
I ain't playing shit.
I ain't worried about monetization on this channel.
I ain't doing shit.
Here's something that I thought was really funny. There's this big controversy right now about Dave Chappelle's newest comedy routine on Netflix. And supposedly a lot of Netflix employees have left in protest. And I was just watching it tonight, watching the full Netflix thing, and they have cut so much of Dave Chappelle's actual vocals that is disgusting. He literally talked about the LGBTQ plus community, and he brought out the fact, it's like, what's that B mean, basically? It's like that B in your LGBTQ plus is bisexual, which straight up means that there are two sexes, men and women. The rest of it is sexual orientation, and that should be kept fucking private. I don't need to know your sexual orientation. I don't need to know if you are attracted to pandas. That doesn't make a fuck.
Hi, Scott loves YouTube. You're not going to love YouTube after this.
Who told you about my panda attraction? You been spying on me?
I'm just gonna fucking say it how I feel.
I do want to
You keep your eyes
apologize
off
if I
my
offended
panda.
anybody.
Anybody in the chat, if you get offended easily, you might want to leave the channel at this point.
Yeah, I don't give. I'm sure a lot of them have. We've only got.
I don't give a fuck about you.
You know, I've got my opinion. You've got your fucking opinion. We all are entitled to our own opinions. And if you don't like mine, well, fuck off. It's my opinion. I don't have to like yours either. But there's no reason why we can't still be friends and have differing opinions.
Yeah. Lovely
I
girl,
was here.
if you feel a certain way, go ahead. Let us know.
Exactly.
I was here, but now I'm gone. I left my name to turn you on. Those who knew me well. Those who didn't can go to hell.
Yeah, and that's what I love about the people that are in here in this chat right now. Because we all have basically the same mindset. It's like we can have a differing opinion. And that's fine. That doesn't mean that we have to be enemies just because we disagree. You know, and everybody in here has their own opinion. And some of them are going to line up with others. And some of them aren't. But you know what? That doesn't matter. We're all human beings. And we are entitled to our own opinions. And we have a right to discuss them and to even have an animated discussion, almost an argument. And then still go to bed at the end of the day being friends.
I wish I had a smell-o-vision.
That's the fucking problem that we've got right now.
Yeah, no smell-o-visions.
A friend.
Well, because that looks delicious. But, you know, they're trying to divide us. And it's like, no, we need to stay united and know that we can have a different opinion, but still be friends at the end of the fucking day. Because I'm getting pissed off at, you know, everything that's being pushed on us, trying to divide us.
Well,
you know,
that's what I was trying to say.
It's so fucking childish. It's pathetic. You know, we should be able to be adults with our own opinions and still be friends at the end of the day.
United we stand, divided we fall. Come on, man. Some Pink Floyd. They were warning us back then.
I wish we could play Floyd in the background.
Well, I gotta get carried upstairs, y'all. But I will talk with you later.
Have a good one, Dreadpool. I'm not going to be on too much longer because I do have to get up in the morning and try to make some money.
Alrighty. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night, Dreadpool. Deuces.
Love you, brother.
Sorry
we overtalked you tonight. Or at least that I overtalked you a lot of times. I apologize, brother.
Scott loves YouTube said, Robert, that mustache offends me, bro. Just kidding. He's just jealous.
All right? I mean, come on. There's not many people got a stash like this. I don't think I know anybody on YouTube that's sporting a stash anywhere close.
That sucks, lovely girl.
Uh-oh.
Hey, JJ, you still awake, man?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Was I snoring or something?
Jose, you still awake?
Lovely girl. Lovely girl. I wish Lovely Girl could visit so I could show her some of my rock hounding spots. Tupac knows I've got a lot of them. He barely got to scratch the surface.
We went to 2.
Yeah, you barely scratched the surface.
But at least we scratched it.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I got a duck mask.
I found a few items, but not what I was expecting. I was expecting a lot more stuff to be found.
You like my Halloween costume? Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack.
Yeah, I don't know, Tupac. I mean, some of those ducks are pretty smart.
Especially ones with headphones on. Shit.
Shit, I can't believe we're still streaming.
Oh my god, I got 2 heads. They say 2 heads are better than 1.
Okay, uh-oh. I almost threw it on the ground. I got to bring out some jerky.
Yeah.
Since this is my channel, I got to bring out some of this lovely jerky from dark green marine. This Wagyu is fucking amazing.
I'm gonna smoke a bong here. I'll be back.
For the love of jerky.
You know what? Let's change the avatar. What would be good?
Snake River Farms American Wagyu beef jerky is absolutely amazing. It's not as good as bison jerky. In a way, it's almost better than bison jerky in one way, but as far as meat flavor, it's not quite as good as bison. I don't think there's any meat in the world that can beat bison meat. But this American Wagyu is really, the flavor is perfect. Oh, yeah, Scott. Scott loves YouTube. Yeah. Elk jerky is really good as well. It's close to bison jerky. It doesn't quite beat bison jerky, but it's right up there. You'd love some of the crystals I have around here. I mean, they're gorgeous. Now, this is one of the best I've ever found, and I don't know if I'll ever beat it. But this is an individual terminated barite crystal on the matrix. And this is one of the biggest, most complete pieces of barite in an individual terminated crystal that I'll probably ever find. I don't think I'll ever find one as good as this again. And when I found it, it was in 3 pieces, basically still connected together. Yeah. I'll probably never find another one that will compete with this. Yeah, barite is the heaviest non-metal mineral there is on the periodic table.
How is it non-metal?
It's non-metal, but it's heavier than most metallic crystals.
So is it like a plastic? Oh, it's
No.
a glass.
Yeah, it's more of a glass. And it's so heavy, barite is actually used primarily, they grind it up and they use it in a water mixture to keep drill bits when they're doing underground boring, directional boring. They use it to keep the coolant down at the tip because it's so heavy. So that's usually what barite is used for, is when they're doing underground drilling or directional drilling. And it's rare to find it in a really high quality crystal structure. Along the Book Cliffs here in Colorado is one of the very few places in the world that it actually grows in a crystalline structure.
So you have large chunks of it?
Well, I've got a couple of large chunks, but they're not gem quality. They're not pretty enough to make jewelry out of. It's usually the smaller stuff that make jewelry out of, or something like this that is probably the third largest in the state ever found, which is a quality chunk. You know, a gem quality chunk of this size is rarely ever found.
Make a necklace out of it.
It's soft. It's a very soft mineral. It doesn't really, you can't facet
like
it.
It'll disintegrate?
Yeah, you can't facet it. You could do like a cabochon, but you couldn't facet it because it's too soft. You won't get any crisp lines.
But yeah. Dreadpool, you're good, man.
One piece, if you look at the size of it and look at the size of pieces of that mineral that have been more or less declared as a gem quality specimen, I've got probably the third largest in the state of Colorado of a gem quality piece.
Make a ring out of it or something.
Well, like I said, it's so soft it's hard to shape and to facet into a gem. I'd rather leave it untouched, personally. I just want to leave it in that little floating display case and never touch it because of what it is. You know, you got to remember, I'm more of a scientist. I love collecting stuff, but I've always been more interested in, the preservation and knowledge of what I've. That's been the bigger basis. It's like, yeah, it's cool. I know what I've got, and I'm going to keep a hold of it and just share it around with the rest of the world as much as I can. Because if I give it to a museum, nobody would ever fucking see it again. It'd go in a box.
Robert Worley, history saver.
Well, I always have been, but Christina's got that name, and I'm not going to try to take it from her. But I've always been an archaeologist. I've been finding arrowheads and since I was a little kid, and collecting old bottles and anything that was interesting and old. It didn't matter. I collect collections. If it's collectible, I've got at least one or two pieces of it in my storage shed.
I once found a Happy Meal.
Found a what nail?
A Happy Meal.
A Happy Meal.
Ah, Happy Meal. What was the toy?
No toy, but the hamburger was still intact and warm, so I ate it. I was like 7.
It was probably from like 87, and it wasn't even molded.
This was back in like 1993.
Right? It's still perfectly fucking good.
I'm telling you, it was still warm. I think they had just tossed, like the kid grabbed the toy and tossed it, and then the parent saw it like on the floor and was like, "I'm not gonna bother," and they went inside, and I just happened to pass by.
Fucking, it reminds me of Married with Children.
Hey, Tupac, I've got 2 likes. I don't think I've ever had 2 dislikes. Sorry, 2 dislikes.
We got dislikes?
Dislikes.
That's interesting.
I must be doing something right.
I can imagine who came and gave me a dislike.
So, hey, Tupac, tell me about South Park.
But no, it was Married with Children, and Bud and Kelly won Anthrax, and they go into the refrigerator and they pull out this plate and they start eating off of the plate, and one of them's like, "Why is it warm if it just came out of the refrigerator?" And they just start tripping balls, and they're like, "Yeah, I see like 200 people in here. Let's play and shit." So yeah, that's a pretty funny episode.
That's crazy.
I wish Anthrax was that good.
And it was funny because Bud and Kelly are all laughing. They're like, "Oh, they're gonna eat Mom's surprise and shit. It's just something wrapped up in foil that was in the back of the refrigerator." And they're just busting up that they're actually gonna fucking eat that shit. And they kept calling fucking Marcy the little boy from next door.
No, Marcy was a woman from next door.
Yeah, but Anthrax kept calling her the little boy from next door. Dug a hole over there through the snow because they're trapped in it because of a snowstorm. Yeah, it's hilarious.
That sounds funny as shit.
Oh, it's like the Christmas special one with Sam Kinison. That shit was fucking hilarious.
I don't remember that.
So fucking he wants to be like in the movies. He don't want to ever be born and stuff. So Peggy ends up hooking up with who ends up being Marcy's second husband, the dude from Revenge of the Nerds, one of the bad guys.
La revancha de los nerds.
And then he was also one of the teachers on Happy Days at the last year or two when he was working at the school. But Marcy's second husband. But they're all happy and they're educated and they got a bunch of money. And I was like, no, I want to go back. There's no way they're gonna have that life. Nope.
Well, that's like when they rebooted Roseanne and then they fucking canceled Roseanne and tried making it like
they still continue the show without her.
Yeah, and then they tried continuing it. It's like, fuck that show. I will never watch a single episode of that show. When they canceled Roseanne, it's like, fuck you guys. I'll never watch.
And then the way they killed her off, they're like, she was a dope head.
Yeah, no, I was livid when they did that shit. And it's like, there's no fucking way in hell I'll ever watch that show. That was Roseanne's show. And you fucking try to cancel her and talk all this shit and continue the show. It's like, fuck you. I ain't going to watch it. I'm not going to watch a single episode. You know, because that was her show. She was a female comedian. You know, comedians say shit that hurt people's feelings. Well, I don't give a fuck about your feelings. They said something that was funny. I'm going to fucking laugh at it. You know? It's but is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, but what happened was, you know, back in my days, it was sticks and stones may break my bones, but words will never hurt me. But now it's words are worse than guns.
Sticks and stones. And
no, they're worse than guns, dude. They're worse than fucking tanks and shit.
No, I agree.
Words are the most destructive thing in the world now.
And it's absolute bullshit. And I'm sorry, but I'm going to become a fucking asshole about it. You know, if I encounter that kind of shit in public, I'm going to be a fucking asshole about it. I was raised in a different era. It's like, fuck you. That's your opinion. Or that's your choice of lifestyle. I don't have to agree with it. Because that's your fucking choice, not mine. And you can keep it to your fucking self and keep it behind closed doors. Don't try to shove it down the public's throat. If you want to fuck a goat, fine, go fuck a goat, but don't expect me to accept you fucking a goat in public.
Please don't fuck goats. That's really fucked up.
Public service announcement. There were no fucking of goats during the publication of any of this.
Right?
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just using that as an example, though. You know, these people think that they can do depraved sexual acts in front of children and it should be accepted. And it's like, no, fucking keep that behind closed doors. Keep that in your fucking bedroom. It's not an issue. Nobody gives a shit. When you try to fucking push it in everybody's face, then it's a problem.
Hey, you might have to ban somebody, Vaders.
Do I need to ban somebody? Ooh, I'll put out my cigarette. Hold on. I'll be in the computer in just a second. Who do I get to ban?
Scott Loves YouTube says goats need love too.
Oh, no.
I'm not going to ban him for that. I'm not going to ban him for that.
Just watch your language. Retract your message, please. Just retract it.
No, I don't give a shit. He can say that all he fucking wants. I ain't going to delete it.
All right. It's Robert's channel, Robert's rules.
Anything goes. You want to say something? If there's something on your mind, I don't care if it's politically correct or not. Fucking let's put it out there. Let's talk about it. Let's discuss this shit as adult human beings.
All right. Scott Loves YouTube. You want to come up on the panel and discuss your goat loving?
No. Now that's a little far. That's a little too
far. No. You can't have it both ways, Robert.
No. Somebody can have an opinion. Somebody can have an opinion.
Hey, I'm just messing with you, Robert.
Somebody can have an opinion. Doesn't mean I need to give them a platform. You know, because there's hey, let me put it this way: if Sank Unger ever comes into this channel, delete him immediately.
Who? I don't know who that is, but okay.
That's yeah, he's a guy he's the primary person from a channel called the Young Turks. And if he was a supreme leader of the entire world, the first thing he would do is legalize bestiality. It's like that motherfucker, everybody needs to know that name and to fucking cancel that piece of shit. And it's Cenk Unger from the Young Turks.
You just brought me to a bad place. I was just laughing my ass off, and now I'm just like,
yeah, no. Well, they brought the fucking subject up. It wasn't my fault.
Yeah, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah, you're the one that said it.
No, they're the ones that fucking brought up bestiality.
No, you're the one that said if somebody wants to fuck goats, then just do it at your own house.
Well, yes, I did say that. Yeah, I did. But again, that's my opinion. If you want to fucking do that shit, keep it behind fucking closed doors. Period.
But this ain't behind closed doors.
But no, hold on. I feel the same. I feel the same way about a pair of lesbians kissing in a parking lot, or a couple of gay guys pissing in a parking lot, or kissing, or a couple of straight people kissing in a parking lot. No, don't put that out in fucking public. Your displays
a couple in general kissing anywhere. Like, keep your PDAs at home.
Exactly. That's my opinion. Don't fucking put it out in public. Keep it at home. You know, a quick little peck on the cheek or something, or a pucker kiss, that's different. You know, you're saying goodbye to somebody in an airport and you're giving them a little pucker kiss or something. That's completely different than a couple of people making out in a public area. I don't care what fucking sexual orientation you have. That's not public. That is private shit. Keep it behind fucking closed doors. I don't want to see it. No, and it's because a lot of people might try to say different things at me, and it's like, no, I don't care what orientation you are. Just that shit is not meant for public display.
Well, you know what? I don't have a problem with couples making out, and I don't have problem with lesbians making out.
I do.
I really do not want to see a couple of guys making out. That's my personal feelings.
Yeah, no, for me, that is really disgusting in my
feel.
Yeah, that's really disgusting in my
I really do not want to see that.
And I've got a gay cousin, my cousin Bruce. He loves sucking dick. You know, I love my cousin Bruce. I really do.
Why we gotta just like, we don't have to move up a little.
I really don't
shoot it right out of the park, man.
I don't approve of his lifestyle, his choices, but I still love my cousin. You know, I don't agree with him, but I love him. He's my cousin.
Oh, jeez.
And I still, I'll go fishing with him. I'll go camping with him. I don't give a shit. You know, that's my cousin. I love my cousin. But, yeah, he's gay as fuck. And I started calling my thumb Bruce because it's the one that likes to give the reach around. So now when I'm doing construction work and I smash my thumb with a hammer, I was abusing my Bruce.
Now I'm reading chat again.
Yeah, no, I love my cousin Bruce. He's awesome. But he's he's queer as a $3 bill.
Never seen one of those.
Oh, really? I thought I showed you the one I had.
The $3 bill? No.
Yeah, it's got Clinton's face on it. It's a President Bill Clinton $3 bill. Yeah, I love the girl. Autocorrect sucks. No, yeah.
Quite.
You know, I don't agree with it. I very much disagree with that mindset with the homosexuality, but I do have a couple of family members that are, you know, and it doesn't mean that I don't love them any, you know, less or more than I did before. They're still my family. I very much disagree with their choices, but that's all it is. I can disagree with their choices, but they're still family. You know, it's a lot of the stuff that's being pushed in the media is a bunch of bullshit. Because we all know we're not systematically fucking racist. We don't judge people by their skin color. None of us do here. And that's been proven over and over. You know, we don't give a fuck about your skin color, but the content of your character means a lot. Number one thug stacking, PE stacker, and the rest. It's the content of your fucking character that we're going to judge you by. We don't give a shit where you came from. We don't give a shit what your nationality is. You're another coin collector. That's all we fucking care about. You're a coin collector. You enjoy sharing our hobby. That's what matters to us.
Yeah.
And that's how most people are. That's how babies are. You know, we don't see skin color. You know, we see a fucking name in chat and we see how people act in chat, and that's what we react to. We don't know what you are. We don't know who you are. We don't know where you're from. And we don't give a fuck. You're a fellow
Well, we do give a fuck.
No,
like
you're a
to be
fellow
your
point
friend,
ranger.
but it's yeah, it doesn't matter who you are and stuff.
Yeah,
We want to just be friends and be welcome people to the community. And
exactly. It's we love you. We want you here. You know, we share a, we share a passion. You know, and that's all that matters really in our community. But if you are against that, you know, if you're trying to do some shady shit, it's going to come down hard on you.
read Scott Loves YouTube.
No, I see a face. I see dude yes pass. I don't know what I'm supposed to be seeing.
Can you read chat?
Yeah.
Scott Loves YouTube?
Yeah, but he said a lot of stuff recently.
No, just now.
Yeah, I'll go to my bedroom, but sorry, bro. Sorry, everybody. I gotta head to my bedroom because unfortunately I woke up my roommate rudely.
Woke up, Dave.
Yeah, I woke up Dave. He didn't appreciate it, so I'll try to go back to the back room.
YouTube. He already blocked me.
Huh? Who blocked you?
He said goats. Fuck them too. Robert hates goats.
Goats are all right, but I sure as hell ain't gonna fuck them. You know.
What group is that?
That reminds me of a joke. Oh.
I think it was no effects.
I threw you on the floor, unfortunately.
Why
I was gonna say that reminded me of a joke.
Why are you throwing us on the floor?
Because I had too many things in my hand. Yeah, there was a joke about that one. Shit, now I forgot it. Oh well. Guess I won't make a joke on your joke. Yeah. I'm dropping everything.
Lovely girl says, I love goats, but not in that way.
Right? Yeah, there was a joke I was gonna say, but Moofeed and a lot of other people would probably be pretty disappointed with it. So hey, Moofeed, how sensitive are you? Can you take a joke? Probably better not.
It's probably better not.
Oh, fuck it. It's my channel. I guess I could, but I probably shouldn't.
Robert's channel. Do whatever we want.
Yeah, but I try to be a little bit respectful at times. So I probably won't do that joke right now.
All right. No more yokes.
Oh no. That's perfectly fine. It's just the one I was gonna say is a little bit controversial. I probably shouldn't say it.
Yeah, you're probably
Yeah, if I said that joke, I might be banned off of social media completely.
that wouldn't be good.
But Tupac, it looks like I figured out how to use the StreamYards, at least partially.
Yep.
I mean, that's like twice in a row I've been able to bring you up and start a stream. Which, even though our last stream wasn't meant to be published, we still went on for like an hour and a half.
This one's already at 4.5 hours. I gotta get up.
Shit.
A little while.
Fuck, we're at 4.5 hours.
Yep. Crazy how time just flies. Yeah, we're losing people. Left and right.
Yeah, I think we need to end it.
You already got in trouble with your roommate. Woke him up.
Oh, I could really give a fuck less about that.
Right. But still.
I mean, I try to be respectful, but he is giving me nothing to respect. So it's difficult. You know, I can't. The motherfucker hasn't. I think he's maybe taken out 2 bags of trash since he's lived here. Type shit. It's like, I'm tired of it. You know, I ain't his fucking mama. He needs to learn how to clean up after himself.
Yeah, it looks like Jeff is still alive.
All right, if you want, I mean, you can set up you can send everybody over to Jeff's as the raid. I'm pretty much ready to end the streams. And I might show up live on Jeff's stream just for a second, just to say goodnight.
Let's turn that down. Alright, I'll put Jeff Crumpler's link in the chat.
I don't know. I don't know how to end the stream and let other people stay in the stream either.
Hey, just hit end stream and we'll all still be in the room.
Do what?
All you do is you hit end stream. So the stream will end, but we'll still be in the backstage room.
Okay, well, I guess I can try it. But if everything ends, good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Have a great night.
Thank you all for being here and hanging out with us. I'm still trying to learn StreamYards.
Yeah, not too bad. Had a bunch of people up on the panel. We had craziness. Yeah.
Damn. I already unplugged my charger and I don't know where it is.
That's not good.
Yeah, I came back out here to the computer to get my charger to go to bed. I'm like, where the hell's my charger?
But everybody let Jeff know. Robert Worley raid. Vader's raid. For the Love of Jerky raid. Something raid.
Yeah, for the Love of Jerky.
All right. So you ready to end this?
No, I'll try to figure out how. I'm still trying to find my charger so I can go to bed and hang out with y'all, but I don't see my charger. That's weird.
Scott loves YouTube. I do. We do on Sunday night. Lots of giveaways. All
right. Well, I'm going to shut everything down. Unfortunately, I don't have my cell phone charger apparently. For some reason. Should have been there, but it's not.
Good night, everybody. I'm dying of cottonmouth.
All right. Well, I don't know how to end the stream and keep you guys in here. I'm just gonna hit end now.
Just hit end stream.